is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I talk to Council over here just for a few minutes?
Good morning, everyone. Is it Thursday already? I almost said happy Wednesday. I don't even know what day it is. Let me look really quick. I think it's Thursday. Yeah. Happy Thursday. It's the 13th, and it's the 13th day of trial of the Lindsay Clancy trial. They went live. They're in the courtroom, but they're on a sidebar. So I thought we would just kind of hop around the internet while we're waiting. I put this together this morning. These are all the reasons why. Let me get it up. All the reasons why Lindsay Clancy isn't guilty. So if you guys could be sure to give me a thumbs up, show me that love on the platform you're viewing this on, means a lot to me. Helps us dance out into the algorithm party out there, bring more people back. It's just a free way to help my channel out. So yeah. All right. So these are the reasons why Lindsay Clancy, in my opinion, are not guilty.
Not guilty. Before you can find her guilty, the prosecutor has to answer these questions. Number one, what's the motive? The police will tell you that in a murder case, there's only so many motives. Number one is money. Well, she's not going to get any money if she's sitting in prison. The other one is starting a new life. Well, she does not have a new fiance. She does not have a new life. Her life is shattered. The other motive is a psychiatric break. And does a psychiatric break, postpartum psychosis, explain what happened in this case? Why would she try and kill herself 4 different ways? Why is there no DNA evidence on the knife? Why would a medically trained nurse take pills with lemonade that counteract the effects of the pills? Why is she cutting her wrist the wrong way if she's a nurse? These are questions that the prosecutor has to answer and cannot. Why are there no fingerprints on the exercise bands in this case? Why, if she jumped out the window, was her body temperature 82 degrees? Because the medical experts are going to tell you if she was only out there 15 minutes, her body temperature should have been much, much higher. The other problem the prosecutor has is their timeline. Sadly, the baby was revived but could not be saved. But because of that, does the prosecutor have the timeline correct? And because of that, let's look at some of the other evidence. Why was the watch taken off and put in a drawer? Why did the police not look at that evidence and gather that watch and look at it? Why did Patrick Clancy change his shoes? If the prosecutor cannot answer these questions, that's reasonable doubt. And Lindsay Clancy is not.
Clancy will be.
There's always someone coughing in the courtroom. Get a cough drop. It's always the worst when it's like the stenographer or something that who has the cough.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we'll talk about our schedule for today. But first off, good morning. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for your patience with us and all the work that you've done so far. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Last question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And in regards to our schedule today, it's going to be, I think it's a little bit different. All right. And a lot of it is because of the progress of the case and kind of where we're going. I anticipate we're going to hear a number of witnesses today, and we may break early. All right. And then because of some of these issues, we're not going to be sitting tomorrow. All right. So you don't have to come in. You can come in if you want, but we're not going to be sitting on this case. So my suggestion would be not to come in and to take that and kind of, and just relax as best you can.
The judge
And
has
then we'll come in
jokes.
on Monday at 9 o'clock, and then expect kind of most of those days then going forward will be mostly kind of the schedule we had the last maybe 3 or 4 days. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you that as information as early as I can so that we confirm that today. So probably an earlier date today, and we're not sitting tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. And Commonwealth, will you call your next witness, please?
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Kyle Paveo.
So there will be no court tomorrow. We got the day off, you guys. Well, that's okay because I want to start covering something else anyway. I have to decide. Maybe I'll do the Watts thing tomorrow.
I apologize. Can we just?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll do the Watts thing tomorrow. Oh, no, not another sidebar. I guess it would be wiser to start later in the day so I can fast forward through these sidebars. But the bird wakes up at like 3 a.m. So by the time court starts, I've had almost a full day. And then at 5 o'clock, I'm done. I go to bed at like 8 or 9. No, not allergies. I think I'm doing some genetic testing. I think I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, and histamine is a real issue. I get real congested after I eat. I get really sick to my stomach in the mornings. It's like an issue. It's one of the reasons I do the devil's lettuce.
Good morning. Good morning, sir. Can you start right here? Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall be put forth in the jury will not change in the Commonwealth and the Telehealth?
I want to pay attention to who this guy is, so I'm not searching.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Ooh, I don't really like him right away.
Thank you. Good morning.
I
Can
don't
you
like
please
him.
state and spell your name for the record?
Kyle Paveo, Kyle, last name Pavao,
And where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked there?
8 years with 18 total law enforcement experience.
So you worked in law enforcement prior to the state police?
Correct.
And what department?
Town
What
of
color
Manacor.
does she have on today?
And are you in a specific role or unit at this time?
I was.
What do you do now?
Now I'm a sergeant in field, assigned to the Bourne Barracks.
And previously, where were you assigned?
I was a trooper in the cybercrime unit.
How long were you in the cybercrime unit?
Roughly 3.5 years or so.
And what is the cybercrime unit?
It's the state's primary
He sort of got crazy eyes.
child exploitation unit. Assigned to that, or included in that, is also a forensic branch, which deals with multiple other crimes other than child exploitation.
Would it be accurate to state that you are able to examine digital forensics like computers and phones that are related to other cases?
Yes, correct.
Do you have to have specialized training to be in that unit?
Yes.
What type of specialized training did you have?
So I am a certified forensic computer examiner. I'm a certified forensic Mac examiner. I'm a Celebrate certified mobile examiner, and I'm a Magnet certified digital video examiner.
What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is it's a company that has proprietary software that parses through data. Most people know it for cell phones. There is a branch that does computers, but it's mostly known for cell phones, extracting data and also parsing that data out.
What about Magnet?
Magnet's the same thing. So Magnet is also another proprietary company. They have software, imaging software. They mainly focus on computers. They can do some cell phone stuff, but they primarily focus on computers.
To be certified in Celebrate and Magnet, did you have to take classes and pass exams?
Yeah, so my forensic computer classes certification is probably like a 6-month-long process. It's 2 weeks of schooling down in Florida. Is then a one-on-one peer review for 4 months, practicals of different file systems and computers. Once you get through that, it then is a practical exam. And then once you pass the practical, it turns into a written exam.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the extraction of a Surface Pro that was seized from 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on or about September 16th, 2025?
I did.
And to be clear, the Surface Pro was seized from 47 Duxbury Street in 2023. It was in 2025 that you examined the extraction, correct?
That is correct. I was provided those files.
And what is an extraction?
So these are actually, it's a computer image. Extractions usually typically referred to as cell phones. So this is a computer image. So this was an actual EO1 file, which is an in-case forensic file. So what it does is it copies out the bit for bit data on the particular drive that you targeted at. And then the in-case file sort of compresses the forensic image. It also adds some metadata to it. You can type in like case files. It keeps some integrity to it.
So is it basically you take a computer or a cell phone and you make an exact copy of the data that's on that cell phone or computer?
Yes. Computers, yes. Cell phones, no.
But you were working on a computer or Surface Pro?
Correct.
And so the extraction for the Surface Pro would be a copy of the data that was on the Surface Pro.
Yes. So the image in this case is a bit for bit copy of that drive.
And when you do the extraction or when you view the extraction, are you changing any of the data?
No, that's why we use these types of images so we don't touch the actual data on that computer.
Did your initial review of the extraction show a visit to a website entitled Suicide Methods on August 23rd, 2022?
It did.
Were you recently asked to look at that visit to that site to get a better understanding of how that website was accessed?
That is correct.
And how did you approach that?
I set a parameter. I went to that artifact that I had previously tagged when I did the initial analysis.
Let me
And
just
then-
stop you there.
Sorry.
What's an artifact and what is a tagging?
So an artifact is every single piece of data on that computer is an artifact. So a computer could have 500,000 artifacts, let's say. That's a low end, but as an example. So tagging would be something you would flag that one particular evidence, that one particular artifact as evidence.
So in this case, the artifact was the visit to the website, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the tagging was just so that you could find it when you went back into the extraction looking for it?
Yes, correct.
And so if you could continue telling us about how you approach that.
So I set a parameter of 12 hours before the visit and then 12 hours after the visit, and looked at the correlating other digital artifacts related to that.
And can you tell us what's a Chrome history database?
So that's the, so a database essentially, this is a very slimmed down version of what this is. So if you think of an Excel sheet, and each Excel page is a section of the database. So the database would be the whole thing. And there's a scheme or like a roadmap, let's say, of how these pages interlink with each other. That would be an entire database. Everything pretty much has databases. It's just easy for file expansion and disk saving space and things of that nature.
And what about Chrome Web History Table?
So a table would essentially be the Excel sheet that I explained before. It's a portion of the entire database. That particular one captures, without being a database engineer for Google, who created it, but that table tracks URLs, web page titles, dates and times.
So is it basically a table that you get from the extraction that shows which websites that computer has visited?
Correct. Each table has its own functions on different data it tracks, and then eventually it puts it all together.
And what about a Chrome Web Visits table?
So the visits table tracks things of were the web pages synced to the device, were they local to the device, are they typed, was it generated, was it gone there through a hyperlink?
So basically, is it a table telling how each website was accessed, whether someone typed in a search for it or clicked a link?
Correct.
And you mentioned a couple different ways: typed, linked, generated. So typed would just be someone typing in the search bar something to search?
Yeah, so typed could be a few different things. So typed would be somebody typed in an exact phrase or word. It also could flag the typed version, a typed flag if you copied and pasted something into the URL address bar.
So if you're looking at a recipe for, say, cookies, and you copied cookies and pasted it into the search bar, would that be considered a typed event?
Yes, correct.
Or if you just typed cookies, that would be a typed event?
Or cookies, or if you typed in, say you put CO for cookies, and then Chrome tried to auto-populate what they think you want to type, that would also create a typed event as well.
And then you mentioned linked. What is a linked access?
Link would be that you clicked on a hyperlink, which brought you to a different page.
And what is a hyperlink?
That would be it's a word phrasing, and then behind the word phrasing, there is a website coded behind that.
Is that like when you go on a website and there are certain words that are underlined that you can click on and it will take you to another page?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What about generated?
Generated is something that Google would suggest, Chrome would suggest.
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
The Wayback Machine is a website that is it's I don't say monitored. It's created and maintained by the Internet Archive as a company. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. And what that does is it goes out on the internet. It takes snapshots of the internet web pages all over the entire internet, and then archives that. So you can go back in later. It started like in the mid 90s or so, but you can go back to pick a date, pick a year, and you can see what that website looked like at that time, or approximately. It doesn't copy minute for minute, day for day, but you'll get something around the time that you were looking for of what a particular page looked like at that date and time you want to see.
So with regard to this case and looking into how that site, Suicide Methods, was accessed, what did you learn? Or what did you see?
When I went back,
Yeah, so go ahead.
so I saw the first thing I saw was a Facebook visit at 9:40 that morning.
9:40 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022.
Correct.
And what was the Facebook?
It was, the link was lynn.say. I believe it was 968.
So Lindsay with a dot in between the D and the S, 969.
969, correct.
And after the visit to the Lindsay.969 Facebook page, what happened next?
There was a search in Spotify music for the singer Tom Hall.
What time was that at?
It was shortly after.
Is your memory exhausted?
Yes.
Do you have your report with
I do.
you, with permission?
That was at 9:42.
So approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Music.
Spotify Music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
And was that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
There was a Google search for Tom Hall.
And was that at 9:44 and 30 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
And what did you learn from that Google search?
Off of that Google search, there was the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited.
And were you able to use the Wayback website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
Is this a copy of that Wikipedia page from the Wayback Machine?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
I have no objection to any of the documents.
This is Tom T. Hall.
Tom Hall, yes.
All right, that may be. Thank you.
Could you see what happened next once the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited?
So I saw there was an anchor on the URL to the death section.
What does that mean, an anchor to the death section?
So an anchor would be put at the end of a URL, so a web address. So what an anchor does, it's a $ followed by a section of that page. So if you think of it as, say you go on your banking website and it lists like a table of contents and it has login, mortgages, rates. If you click on, let's say, rates, it's going to jump all the way down to that page, just to that section. So it's a table of contents that's going to direct you directly to a certain section of the web page.
And so on the Wikipedia, someone clicked on death and it brought them down to that portion?
Correct.
And in the death section, could you tell what happened once the person was in that area of the web page?
Yes.
What happened there?
So in the description that described, the Wikipedia page described of Tom Hall's death, there was some wording regarding a shooting related to his ultimate suicide. Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked as 232. This portion here under death where it's self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head is underlined. Is that the portion you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
And that portion there with the underlining, is that what you were describing earlier as a hyperlink that you can click and it takes you somewhere else?
Yeah, so inside that phrasing, there's actually a URL behind that with an anchor as well.
Now, something like that type of hyperlink, can you hover over that with the arrow that the mouse directs, hover over that and automatically be taken to that site? Or do you actually have to click on that link?
No, you would have to click on that phrase with the link behind it.
And so, based on your examination of the Surface Pro in that area, was the hyperlink clicked on?
Yes.
And where did the hyperlink bring the person?
We now got to the original artifact I had located, which was the Wikipedia suicide method, but it directed it directly to the shooting section of that page.
Could you tell how long the person spent on that page, the suicide methods page, or how long it was accessed?
No.
Could you tell what time it was accessed?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't recall the specific time.
Want to look at your report?
At 9:45 a.m.
So 9:45 a.m. The suicide methods page was accessed. Is that
Correct.
And did you use the Wayback Machine to see what it would look like on August 23rd, 2023?
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
And what could you see happening when from that page?
I observed after that another Wikipedia page that went to the Grafton Bridge.
And was that from a hyperlink within the suicide methods page?
Yes.
Showing you page 8 of exhibit 233. So within this jumping section is where there was the hyperlink to that bridge.
Correct.
Here,
Yes.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on that hyperlink to access Grafton Bridge.
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, you said that the suicide methods page was accessed at 9:45 a.m. What time was the Grafton Bridge web page accessed?
That was shortly after that.
Do you want to look at your report?
At 9:48.
9:48?
Correct.
And so approximately 3 minutes after first accessing the suicide methods page, the hyperlink for the Grafton Bridge is clicked.
Correct.
Was there any other activity besides going to the suicide methods page and then the Grafton Bridge page? Any other activity that you saw within those 3 minutes?
I do not know.
And so did you do the Wayback Machine again for the Grafton Bridge?
I did.
This is a fair and accurate copy of that page.
Yes.
We can have this marked as exhibit 234, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 234.
You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No.
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tom Hall, or Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could,
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right? And you were working as a state police officer back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you attached to the Plymouth County DA's office, or were you working somewhere else?
I was assigned to the cybercrime unit.
And the cybercrime unit works with the DA's office in Plymouth?
The cybercrime unit's its own independent statewide unit.
So in the sense that you're independent, it's still the district attorney and his assistant DAs that would reach out to the cybercrime unit and ask for help, right?
Or it could be the troopers assigned to the state police detective unit.
Joshua McElligott, he was the lead investigator on this case, right?
I assume so.
Okay. So you were tasked to analyze the computer, the Surface Pro computer, right?
Yes, correct.
And by all accounts, that was owned by Pat Clancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was located in his office, right?
I don't know where it was located.
Okay. It's fair to say that when you analyzed the computer back in September, October of 2025, it was an investigatory role that you were using to locate potential evidence, right?
Correct.
And what is it you were looking for?
I was provided a search warrant with search terms, and that's as far as I knew of
Okay.
the case.
And what were the search terms?
I don't recall specifically, but they were spelled out in the search warrant.
So when you have search terms, you take a person's computer, and then what do? You access it through a device?
So I was provided the images. I never saw the physical computer.
So when you got the images, you were able to load them up onto your computer, I imagine?
Yes, we'll use a tool to help parse through that data. Correct.
And then as a result of that, you were able to plug in words that you could search for, right?
Yes.
For example, like suicide,
Suicide would be one.
drugs.
I mean, I don't think that pertained in this case, but
Well,
that
yeah,
you could
believe me,
search.
it did.
That I don't recall the specific terms in the
Okay.
search warrant.
Okay. So after you did your search for whatever it is that you were looking for, suicide and other, you're unable to tell us what else you look for, but in any event, you came across this entry on August 23rd, and you indicated that the time frame that you're dealing with on that computer, the Surface Pro computer, was 9:40 in the morning. Is that right?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. You can look at your report too. I mean, if you have documents in front of you, do you have?
I do.
All right, so you can take a look at it. You have a document that's captioned matching results. Is that right?
I do not have that in front of me, but yes.
And would that be the search that you conducted?
Is that the magnet tool report?
I don't know what it is. And I had research and I can have it see. So it's just, what is that?
This is the main page of the forensic tool.
Okay. And looking at the main page of the forensic tool, does it indicate the date is August 23rd?
That's in the inbox. This also doesn't. Which, are we talking about this highlight here?
Yeah, but what does that indicate?
That's an inbox. That's not that.
All right, so what time?
Cooper, could you keep your voice up or make sure you speak to that microphone?
So that highlight is a bail inbox.
Okay. And that would be the HTTPS. And then underneath that, it makes reference to at some point that you were able to see that Lindsay or Lynn's Facebook account was accessed. And it wasn't even the account, it was actually the homepage, right?
Correct. It navigated to the Facebook person's account.
Okay. So that would tell us that that particular Facebook account was accessed, and then that conducted the search you just testified to at the next thing.
This does not have, this here does not have, Facebook, does it?
All right, if you want. How about this next one? Does that have the Facebook visit?
This one does, yes, correct.
Okay. You want to take a look?
Both of us.
Got both of us. Blind.
Yes, that'd be right here.
All right. Thank you. Now, just before I leave, above that, does that also indicate like these two top lines?
That would be that was a CNBC web visit, which was typed in. And then there's access to a Google Gmail account.
And whose
Inbox.
Google Gmail account was that?
That I don't know.
Because those two lines and references to the Google account were not in your report, right? You started off with the Facebook search, if you will.
Yes.
So you started off with Lindsay Facebook that was signed into the homepage on Patrick Clancy's Surface Pro computer, right?
So my tool report has all of the artifacts tagged as evidence.
Okay. So when you tag the actual data from the Surface Pro and the HP laptop as well, right?
Yes, correct.
And your October report back in was it 25 or was it 22?
25.
So, but nothing changes on the computers. I mean, whatever your searches are and your records don't change over the years, right?
No, as long as it's preserved in that state and the images of that computer will remain the same.
Okay, so, and it's fair to say that with this investigation, obviously happening back in 2022, that the computers were hermetically sealed and stuck somewhere with an evidence locker to make sure that they're preserved, right?
Yes, that would be best practice.
Okay.
That would be correct.
So then in October of 25, the district attorney's office asked you to conduct a search of the computer, apparently. Is that right?
The trooper in the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit reached
Okay.
out.
And that would be McElligan, right?
No, it was not.
Okay, do you know who it was?
Trooper Justin Paul.
Justin Paul.
Correct.
Okay. And as a result of that, you then prepared your report. And one of the things that you did is you noted that on August 23rd of 2022, at 9:40 and 08 seconds, that there was an access to the Lindsay Facebook account, right?
Oh, there was a visit to that page, correct.
Right. And then that page continued on to look for Tom Hall and Walking to Memphis or whatever and the songs, right?
Yes.
On Spotify.
Yeah, the song, yes, after that was a Spotify.
And then the time frame of that would be that you went to a hyperlink that took them to methods of suicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, were there any searches on that computer for example, ways to kill?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, and I understand that you might be stuck with what you investigated, but are you aware that there were any searches from Lindsay Clancy or Patrick Clancy on ways to kill? You ever heard that?
In my initial report back in October, that contains all of the evidence artifacts that I had tagged as evidence and provided, I did not come across that, no.
Right. So basically, what you are leaving with the jury would be that on that date of August 23rd, at approximately 9:40 in the morning, and then carrying forward with jumping from Tom Hall to the Wikipedia account to the underlined name, suicide, jumping to that page, that all occurred between 9:40 and say 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Correct.
Did you know, sir, that on August 23rd, prior to your report indicating the Facebook account, that Mr. Clancy signed in, and it was Mr. Clancy's email that accessed the Facebook account for Lindsay Clancy?
I did not.
And that was not included in your report, was it?
No, it was not.
And you know that the Clancys had 3 children, right?
I do not.
Well, you know that
time.
you were working on a case where Lindsay Clancy was the mother, and she was married to Patrick Clancy, right?
Correct.
And did you know, sir, that on August 23rd of 2022, that 2-year-old child was brought by Lindsay to South Shore Health for Dawson's ear recheck, that he had problems with congestion, but no complaints of ear pain, no fever. And that was on August 23rd, 2022, that he was examined at 10:15 in the morning.
I'm not privy to those facts.
So you don't know that Patrick Clancy's email signed into Lindsay Clancy's Facebook account. You're not aware of that, right?
It's whatever the default profile was signed into the Chrome browser.
And then that accessed the Facebook account, which looked up Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Yes, correct.
That then led to the Wikipedia talking about suicide,
That is
Right.
correct.
led to the Spotify talking about somewhere in Memphis, whatever the song was, right?
Yes.
And this was all occurring from 9:40 in the morning until, like I said, 10 o'clock thereabouts, right?
Correct.
You tagged actual data from the Surface Pro as well as the HP laptop, right?
I did.
And your October report contained searches from the Surface Pro, right?
Yes.
And you recall, for example, just a representative sample that, and this would be on the Surface Pro computer. Now we're jumping ahead to December 5, not August of 22, December of 22. One of the inquiries of the Google searches was what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed, right?
Yes.
Searches for medications, right?
Yes.
Including Lamictal, right?
Correct.
Can bipolar disorder be temporary, right?
Yes.
Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder, right?
Yes.
How long are detox programs, right?
Yes.
What is DBT? I'm just saying that's a search. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
May know,
I had to
may
look
not.
that one up too.
Okay. Lamictal versus it says Zoloft, but I would suggest it would be Zoloft. That was a search, right?
Yes, correct.
What is mania? Was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. January 18th of 2023 was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine therapy on January 18th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, maybe not personally, but Steve Verino, who's also a gentleman who does what you do with computers and laptops and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, you've worked on cases, and Steve, you recognize him right here, right?
Yes.
You know that Steve was working with me and Lindsay on accessing information from cell phones and computers, and he actually, through me, reached out about a month ago to the DA's office and raised some questions, correct?
I'm not privy to that.
Oh, well, the DA reached out to you about a month ago and asked you to revisit your investigation, and as a result of that, you created another report, didn't you?
I did.
And that would just be on July 26th of 26, right?
Yes.
And that was after the DA reached out to you, but didn't tell you it was because we had questions that Mr. Verino asked me to find out about, right?
Yes, I was not privy to that.
So as a result of dealing with the DA in July 26th of 26, you then prepared your report, and the purpose of that report was to find out more details, if you could, pertaining to the, quote, methods of suicide page, right?
Correct.
And in your July 26th report, you then went into detail about your findings, correct?
Yes.
And we would agree that that particular webpage was not a search for methods of suicide. It was actually the Tom Hall and the music, right?
That is correct.
And then the URL shows access to Lindsay's Facebook profile, correct? You accessed and found out that Lindsay's Facebook profile
Was a web visit.
Right.
Yes, correct.
But you don't know that it was Lindsay that was actually using that computer to search for Tom Hall, right?
I don't know who was sitting behind that.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy plays a guitar, do you?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy is a music aficionado, right?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy enjoyed Tom Hall music, do you?
I do not know that.
And you certainly don't want to leave it with this jury that Lindsay was looking up ways to commit suicide in August of 22, do you?
All I'm presenting is the facts that were presented in front of me.
And it was a couple more questions, sir. When a user logs into their own Facebook account, it doesn't populate or bring you directly to the actual profile page. It brings you to the home page, right? That shows your followers and things like that.
I think so. I don't have Facebook or social media, so
right.
maybe, I don't know.
That's all I have for this gentleman, Your Honor.
All right. Come up.
I would ask if I could, Judge, the two documents that I was questioning him from, could I introduce those into evidence? I think he agreed that that was part of the search.
Can we just approach?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so Red is really going in. They have brought somebody to show some searches on the Google, and Red is like, did you know that during those searches, Lindsay was at the doctor's with a baby with an earache? Isn't that interesting? And he's like, well, did you know that Pat was a music aficionado?
Your Honor, I would offer,
They're
if
back.
I could, the medical records from the pediatrics associates that,
They're already in evidence.
well, I'd like to have it focused on that.
Did you know?
Well, we mark that for identification. We can address whether or not, I want to double check. I haven't gone through all the records either. Oh, I understand. We'll mark that for identification.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's 235 exhibit for identification.
Sir, just for clarification, before when I was doing direct, if at any point I said August 23rd, 2023, what you did when you did the Wayback Machine was searches for around the time period of August 22nd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And anything that you looked at that day regarding the search for suicide methods or any of the other places that were visited were August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct, 2022.
And the visit to the Grafton Bridge Wikipedia page was at 9:48 a.m., correct? Not 10 a.m.?
That visit was at 9:48, correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about the defendant being at the doctor's at 10:15 a.m. Are you aware that it only takes 4 minutes to drive from her home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury to the Kingston location of the pediatrics?
I was not, and I also wasn't aware that they went to the doctor's.
And you can't tell us who was behind the computer at different times, correct?
No,
You can't tell us whether people used the computer, then got up and let someone else use it, and then went back to using it, correct?
no, you cannot.
You can only show us the data that you observed that day, correct?
That is it. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what has been marked for P for identification, which would constitute the health information records from the South Shore Health, pertinent to the child. You're aware, sir, that the records, or you're aware, sir, you're not aware that the child was brought to the doctors not at 10:15, but was brought to the doctors around 10 o'clock in the morning. You aware
I'm
of
not
that?
aware of any of that.
And did you know how old the child was?
Sir, my testimony is related to the.
So you don't? The answer is
I
no?
do not. No.
Okay. So is it fair to say, sir, that, I mean, from your life experience, that when someone has to bring a child, a young baby to a doctor, you got to get him dressed, you got to feed him, you got to get in the car, you got to drive? And that's the 4-minute ride as well, right?
I'm not privy to any of that information.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Timothy Chiappini.
Morning, sir. Want to stop right there? Raise your right hand to the podium, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury is enough to between the Commonwealth and the defendant? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Want you to step, please?
All right. Good morning, sir. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Timothy Chiappini. Last name is spelled C-H-I-A, P as in Peter, P as in Peter, I-N-I.
Where do you work?
I work for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the Department of State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
I graduated the academy in March of 2012.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently the unit commander for the Critical Incident Technical Investigations Team
How long have you been doing that?
since approximately April of this year.
What was your assignment in January of 2023?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
Do you have specialized training in cell phone forensics?
I do.
And could you describe that, please?
I was initially certified as a Celebrite physical operator and a Celebrite certified operator, Celebrite certified physical analyst in March of 2017.
And are you also trained in gray key and magnet?
I have been trained in Gray Key examination since August of 2021, and I've been familiar with the forensic program known as Axiom in that course, but I'm not certified in Axiom.
And regarding Celebrite, can you describe that software for us?
Celebrite is a forensic access and acquisition tool for cell phone or mobile device forensic extractions. It also has an analysis component as well.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Celebrite is an access and acquisition tool for mobile device forensics and cell phone extractions. It also has an analysis component for extractions.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023?
I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I performed an advanced logical extraction on the iPhone device belonging to Lindsay Clancy.
Can you tell us what that means in just lay terms that we could all understand?
An advanced logical extraction of an iPhone is essentially an iTunes backup. It is the information or data from the phone that you as a user can see, including images, calls, text messages, browser artifacts, basically everything that the person would see that uses an iPhone.
And is it just making a copy of everything that you could see on that phone?
That's correct.
And what is the analysis portion of, you mentioned you do Celebrite extraction and Celebrite analysis. What's the analysis portion?
In January of 2023, the analysis software would be Celebrite Physical Analyzer, And with that, you can also export a report to be utilized in Celebrite Reader.
So basically, are you just taking someone's phone, making a copy of the data that's on it, and then looking through the data?
That's correct.
Is it an exact copy?
Yes. When the phone is forensically extracted by the Celebrite software, a hash value is created. A hash value is a unique digital fingerprint of the extraction. It's an alphanumeric string of characters. And every time the extraction is opened in the Celebrite software, that hash value is verified. If the data in the extraction is changed by just 1 bit, the hash value would be changed and the extraction will no longer be valid.
So basically, you look at those numbers, the number chain, to make sure they're the same, and then you know it's an exact copy?
That's correct.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And was it an exact copy?
It was.
And are you able on the extraction to change any of the data while you're analyzing it?
No. That would invalidate the hash. I can use filters in the analysis to look at particular data that I want, but I can never change the contents of the extraction.
And so when you say use different filters, can you put things in categories to organize it so that, for example, can you put all the photos together and all the text messages together?
The Celebrite Physical Analyzer tool automatically parses the data into various categories, and it processes media, various forms of media, images, videos. It processes different direct communication, whether it be through a web application such as Instagram or the native messaging application on the device known as iMessage. So it parses the information automatically, and you're allowed to look at different categories.
So does it create a report with all the data?
I can create a report from the extraction, and it has all the data contained in the report, and I can filter it based on the parameters that I'm allowed to look at legally.
And when you do that extraction of a phone, do you get everything that's on the phone?
Depending on the type of extraction, I get all the data that's available to me by the forensic tool that I'm using at the time.
So do forensic tools improve over time to allow examiners to get more and more data from phones?
Yes.
So basically, what you were able to get from Ms. Clancy's phone was what the tool you were using at the time was capable of getting at that time.
I performed the most comprehensive extraction type that I was able to do at the time of the examination.
And then there were improvements to that system following what you did that may have allowed other examiners to get more information.
That's correct.
Were you asked to generate some reports about certain sections of the defendant's phone?
I was.
We could pull up the... Could look at the screen, please. Were you able to create a report regarding data on Ms. Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2022?
Yes.
Can you zoom in on that, please? And could you just explain for us the different columns we're seeing here?
The columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Celebrite Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report, you can stipulate to certain parameters, certain content, certain timeframes based on your investigation. In this case, there are multiple columns at the top reflecting the different types of data, the timestamp for that data, a description in the source file for the data. This is a timeline report, and therefore it reflects those exact columns, and that is predetermined by the software.
So for example, where it says type, what is that telling us?
That's where Celebrite has parsed the data and categorized it based on the forensic extraction.
So there at number 1, where it says activity sensitive data, what is that?
That would be the data from the health database within the phone.
If there was something in the direction box, what is direction?
direction could be related to a call incoming to the device or outgoing from the device.
So if one was a phone call, it would say to or from,
I believe the exact categorization would be incoming or outgoing.
incoming or outgoing, okay. And then the attachment box,
Attachment box would be associated with a message, typically a MMS message or multimedia message. A text message that contains a photo would be listed as an attachment. It could also be associated with an email that has an attachment or some type of transaction on the phone that resulted in something being attributed as an attachment.
and then what about the location box?
If the data source has location information associated with it, then that box would have data filled out. This report is 768 pages, so there's a variety of sources of data within this report.
And what about timestamp? Where it says timestamp, the date and time, is that Eastern Standard Time?
It is UTC -5 as the time of this search warrant, the time frame of this incident occurred in January of 2023. Therefore, the extraction reflects the exact time frame of the time zone of the device at the time of the extraction.
And where it says party, what would be in that column?
Again, this is a timeline report. Therefore, there's a variety of data sources contained within it. There is chats or messages that occur from the user of the device to other people, and those parties would be listed within the chat, otherwise known as a group message.
So if it was a text message, the direction would say incoming or outgoing, and the party would say who the text was to or from.
It would say who the participants are in the conversation.
So if it's one person you're texting, it would have that person's name, but if you're in a group text, it would have all of the names?
Correct.
And then what about the description box?
Description box is based on the database information. It has some information associated with the actual data that was parsed by Celebrite. It also provides the source file. The source file is the database that Celebrite parsed the data from. Everything that you see as far as activity sensor data or any other categorizations, that's done by the software. The software parses that data to make it more readable for the examiner, but everything is associated with an actual database within the device.
And so, for example, where it says source health, that's coming from the health section of the phone?
Specifically the health database, Health DB.
And where it says source file, Lindsay's, how does that name populate there for source file?
Indicating that it comes from Lindsay's iPhone. That is the name that the software detects from the name of the device when it conducts the extraction.
Where the box for party, if it's a phone call or a text message and it has a person's name in there, say I text you and your name is there, how does that populate? How does your name get into that box? Is it something that the phone gets from incoming information, or is it something that's in my phone?
The tool is only able to take the information that is present on the device at the time. In order for contact to be in a phone, it would have to be entered by the user.
So would it be whatever I name your phone number is what will show up in the party?
Correct.
So if I have, say, my mother's phone number in there and I say mom for her contact information, it will show up as mom?
The software will show up, will display the phone number and the contact name that was detected by the tool from the extraction.
So if I've put a contact in mom and the phone number will show up in mom?
Correct.
Can you search within this PDF?
Yes.
And do you do that by clicking on the search bar there at the top?
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
And so if we were to search, for example, McLean,
I'm not sure of the spelling.
there we go. Sometimes it takes a second to populate.
It does. It's a large document. It's, as I said, it's 768 pages. So depending on the machine that you're using to conduct your analysis, it could take some time for the document to load.
Okay, and do you use these arrows here up and down to go to each spot that that word is located.
Correct. The application Microsoft Edge has detected 4 entries for the spelling that is in the search box, and you can navigate to each of those 4 entries by using those arrows.
So for example, here at message 6951, it says it's an instant message. It's outgoing, meaning it's going out from Lindsay's phone.
That's correct.
It's on December 21st, 2022 at 2:57 p.m., correct?
Yes, Eastern time.
And then it says from Lindsay owner to Allison, correct?
Yes.
So that indicates that it's a text message from Lindsay to someone named Allison, correct?
Yes, with the corresponding phone number.
And then here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for. It will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords.
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
You can look here. Is this that report?
Yes, again, this is a supplemental report created within the physical analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents section of the project tree, or otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document.
And do you just, this blue hyperlink here at the top, 20, 22, 10, 12, 15, 28, is that what you click on to access the document?
Yes, when you create a supplemental report within the Physical Analyzer, it when it creates the PDF, if it has an attachment associated with it, that attachment will be in a separate folder within the report. That way, when you click on the actual hyperlink, you're brought to the physical document itself.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
If we could go to the next one, please. What are we seeing here in this, what are we seeing here in this report from December 26th, 2022 to January 24th, 2023? Is this the same type of search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a chronological report of a sequence of events on the device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And in here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document, can you explain for us here, is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated with web browsing.
And here where we see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And they both say 8:28:29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed there?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool parses the information in ways that the information can be categorized in a multitude of ways. Simply because there is more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Celebrate has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item. Also within web history, as in the search item occurred within the web history, does not necessarily mean that it was done more than once. It's the job of the examiner to be able to look at the timestamps and the associated databases to determine, is this more than one entry or the same action just categorized in multiple ways?
And when reviewing Ms. Clancy's phone, did you see numerous occasions where it looked like something was searched multiple times, but it all had the same exact timestamp?
That's correct.
And so what you just testified to make sure I'm understanding it, would be accurate to state that one search could be documented and located in many different areas of the phone?
It could be parsed in multiple ways by the analysis tool.
So basically categorized?
Correct.
So it's one search that's categorized as multiple different things?
That's possible.
And so here, where we had the search at the same exact time down to the second, that appears to be one search for, can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, this separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that, please. And there's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified mean it was changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been a one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it, I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these were the right choices.
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up. And then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up. And that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle. So it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022. But then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note here, again, you don't know how many times it was modified. You just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note. You just know that something was.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the next one. Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata is data about data. An image is data. And with the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially based on the user settings, location data associated with the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically, when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on.
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m.
And is there something on here that says when it was modified?
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it's when it's modified? Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created, correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjustments.
So just for the jurors looking at this report, here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way.
Yes.
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified. In this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. HEIC or a live photo is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken, and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live.
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way.
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
Okay, if we could go to the next, please. And what is this report displaying?
This is another timeline report with the first event starting January 24th, 2023 at 4:00 p.m.
And does it go on January 24th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
That's correct. It encompasses everything that would be before that time frame. It appears the last entry is 7:02:01 p.m.
And this would contain all of the things that were done with the phone between 4 and 8 p.m. on January 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
Everything that was detected by the forensic tool based on the extraction type.
Okay. And if we could go to the time frame 4:30 to 4:35. Using the tool, we'll search Miralax. Looking here, starting at item 37 at 4:46 p.m., is there a search for Miralax for kids on the phone?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing the search for Miralax for kids, 4:46:55, 4:46:55, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search showing up in multiple categories?
Correct. As an examiner, I would be looking at the timestamp and also the category second box in from the left, indicating that the Celebrate software has parsed it in multiple locations.
If you could search 3D. In searching 3D in the document, we see here multiple sources. You could do a search with the number 3. So we see here at 4:43 p.m. on January 24th, a search for the 3V menu, correct?
Yes.
If we could scroll down a little. And again, those are all at the same time, so they indicate one search for the menu.
Yes, and the tools parsed it in multiple categories.
And we could go back. Was there also a search for an Apple Maps for 3V?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I'm sorry, there's a glare.
If we could go to 4:13 p.m. And here in Apple Maps, do we see 3V restaurant at 4:13 p.m.?
Yes.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you learn when you plug in a location or an address into Apple Maps?
A route preview.
And does that route preview give you a length of time it would take to travel to that location?
Depending on what you indicate as your originating location, yes.
And so if you plug in 3V restaurant to Apple Maps and it maps out a route to get there, does it tell you from your location to 3V how long it would take to get there?
Based on traffic conditions, yes.
Because that changes constantly, correct?
Yes.
So if I open up my Apple Maps and I put in 3V right now from here, at this time, the time it takes to get there might be different than, say, at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
And so if we can go to 4:47 p.m. And here at 4:47 p.m., again, we're seeing the search for Kids Miralax, correct?
Yes.
Is there also a visit to a CVS website here at 4:47:04?
Yes, it's categorized in multiple categories within the tool, but it parsed an artifact at that time.
If you could scroll down a little, please. To the phone call, the next phone call, right here. This outgoing phone call at 4:48:21 to 781-585-6581. Did you learn that that was a phone call to the CVS at 189 Summer Street in Kingston?
Yes.
And so that would be an outgoing phone call from the defendant's phone to CVS.
Yes.
Can we go to 4:53 p.m., please? And then there's a message, it says message 80, outgoing from the defendant's phone at 4:53:09 from Lindsay to Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And it says, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything, it's been a long day, correct?
That's the content of the message.
Is there a response in message 82 from Patrick to Lindsay?
Yes, there is.
And what is the answer?
Yeah.
And then is there a response from Lindsay to Patrick at message 84?
Yes.
And what is that?
Okie dokie.
And then message 86, again from Lindsay to Patrick, does she send him another message?
She does.
And what does that say?
Check the menu when you can.
And then if you can scroll down to the next message, is that message 90 from Patrick to Lindsay asking if Callan just got up.
It is.
And then message number 92, is that from Patrick to Lindsay saying, also, what are you getting?
Yes.
And then 94 at 5:06 p.m., is that from Lindsay to Patrick stating, but it was just a short nap in message 96.
Yes.
And then message 97 at 5:06 is 3D menu search.
Yes.
And that source says Safari. Is that a Safari web search for the 3D menu?
Safari is the default web browser on an iOS device, and iOS stands for iPhone operating system.
So that's a basic search on your iPhone for the 3D menu.
Utilizing the Safari web application, correct?
And then number 98 is that another search for Pedialyte.
Correct.
Excuse me. Now both the search for 3D menu and the search for Pedialyte are at 5:06:45. How does that happen? That there are two searches for two different things at the same time.
Can you repeat the question?
So you have in message 97, you have on January 24th, 2023 at 5:06:45, a search for 3V menu. Then the same date at the same time, a search for PDLX.
And what's the question?
How does it happen that you have two searches at the same time?
I would only be able to make an inference from here without having the forensic tool available to me.
And what would the inference be?
That there was more than one tab open.
Okay, so on your phone or a computer, when you're doing web searches, you can have multiple pages open, correct?
Yes.
And you can just click on whatever page you want to open, you can click on and that will open up.
Correct. You can select which tab you want within the Safari application.
Tabs, right? Okay. So how many tabs can you have open at any one time?
I'm not sure the number, but I've seen iOS devices capable of having more than 30 or 40 tabs open at a time.
So it wouldn't be uncommon or unusual to have at least two open to two different web searches.
No.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little, please. And then we have in 106 and 105, both messages. First 105, we have a web history at 5:06:47, the menu at 3V restaurant, again, the source Safari. And then we have cookies at 5:06:48.3vrestaurant.com. Can you tell us what the difference between those two are?
They're both from different databases. They're both associated with web browsing. Web history is from the history component of the Safari application. Cookies are installed through web browsing. Through legislation, when you visit a website for the first time, you'll typically be prompted, do you want to allow the website to download cookies onto your device? Cookies downloaded to your device serve a multitude of reasons. One might be that it allows the website or the company to be able to track your activity while on their website, which helps them for marketing and business purposes. Another component of cookies would be to enhance the web browsing experience for a website you go to on a regular basis. It would increase the load time. So it is an artifact that is indicative of web browsing.
And so message 108, again, we have at 5:06:49, we have a message from Patrick to Lindsay saying, oh, okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And then message 112, we have a message from Lindsay to Patrick where she says Mediterranean Power Bowl, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 5:07 p.m. We have a message 115 from Patrick to Lindsay at 5:08 p.m. Okay, I'll do scallop and pork belly risotto. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we could go to 5:10 p.m., the phone call right there. Oh, go back to it. And so we have two phone calls here. One at 5:09 p.m. and one at 5:10 p.m. The first to 508-747-4950 and the other to 508-927-4046. The first one is for 11 seconds, correct?
That's the duration, yes.
And that's noted here above source.
Yes.
And then the second is 47 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look into these two phone calls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the 508-927-4046 being the number for the 3V restaurant?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Are there further searches at 5:13 p.m. Starting at number 128 for PDLX?
That's correct.
And again, we're seeing that same thing with the same time, but multiple different categories that one search is located in, correct?
Correct. Single artifact, multiple categories that the tool parsed it as.
Can we go to 5:33 p.m., please? Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped there. Thank you. 146, message 146, a message from Lindsay to Patrick at 5:15 p.m. which states Pedialyte liquid stool softener, correct?
Yes.
And then at 1:47, we have 5:33:51 p.m. Is that a phone call from Patrick's phone to Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
And that has zeros in it for duration. Does that indicate the call wasn't answered?
It would be an inference.
And then going down to 1:50, we have an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Patrick Clancy for 14 seconds at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
That means the call lasted approximately 14 seconds.
Correct.
And then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
It's an inference, yes.
If I could have these reports that I just went over submitted on this disc as the next exhibit.
No objection.
That may be admitted.
236. Did you also, looking through the defendant's phone, access the information on the calendar portion of the phone?
I did.
And the calendar portion of the phone, does that have different types of data, both populated by the phone itself and Apple, and then items populated by the user?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of something that would be populated by Apple and not the user?
A national holiday such as Christmas Day would be populated by the operating system through the web, through the application of Calendar.
And then if I'm using my phone and I'm putting in appointments or parties or things I'm going to, that would be something that the user is putting into the calendar?
Correct.
And did you do a report of all the calendar activity for Lindsay Clancy's phone from August 4th, 2022 to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in and then I would be done.
That's fine.
Did you, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Did you also do a report on all the text messages between the defendant's phone and an individual that had been labeled mommy?
Yes,
And was that for the month of January 2023?
I did.
We moved to have these admitted as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right. So members of the jury, we're going to take a short recess and then we'll return back to the case.
All right. Please. Wait, please.
Here's the exit to the courtroom.
All right. We'll be in recess on this matter. Thank you.
Sorry about that, you guys. I was putting together a community post and just sending it. So they're on their morning break. I thought we would take a look at why I am side-eyeing Mr. Patrick Clancy. I have this put together for you. There was a lawyer talking about it, a few lawyers talking about it. So let's take a look and a listen. And it all makes a lot of sense to me.
Clancy is not guilty. Before you can find her guilty, the prosecutor has to answer these questions. Number one, what's the motive? The police will tell you that in a murder case, there's only so many motives. Number one is money. Well, she's not going to get any money if she's sitting in prison.
Okay, so it's been pointed out that Patrick Clancy is filed a lawsuit. So if she's found guilty, she's not going to get the money, but who will get the money? Guess who will get the money? Patrick Clancy and his new girl will get the money. And his new girl, by the way, looks just like Lindsay.
The other one is starting a new life. Well, she does not have a new fiance. She does not have a new life. Her life is shattered. The other motive is a psychiatric break. And does a psychiatric break, postpartum psychosis, explain what happened in this case? Why would she try and kill herself 4 different ways? Why is there no DNA evidence on the knife? Why would a medically trained nurse take pills with lemonade that counteract the effects of the pills?
So apparently lemonade counteracts medications, and she took it with lemonade. She's a trained nurse. She would know that. I didn't know that, but she would know that.
Why is she cutting her wrist the wrong way if she's a nurse? These are questions.
She used the sharp thing to do it the wrong way. So that's 3 tries the wrong way. She didn't even make it out the window, you guys. Apparently she was found half in the window, half out, and fell.
That the prosecutor has to answer and cannot. Why are there no fingerprints on the exercise bands in this case? Why, if she jumped out the window, was her body temperature 82 degrees? Because the medical experts are going to tell you if she was only out there 15 minutes, her body temperature should have been much, much higher. The other problem the prosecutor has is their timeline. Sadly, the baby was revived but could not be saved. But because of that, does the prosecutor have the timeline correct? And because of that, let's look at some of the other evidence. Why was the watch taken off and put in a drawer? Why did the police not look at that evidence and gather that watch and look at it? Why did Patrick Clancy change his shoes? If the prosecutor cannot answer these questions, that's reasonable doubt. And Lindsay Clancy is not guilty.
Clancy will be found not guilty by the jurors. Let me explain why. Before any courtroom could find her guilty, the prosecutor has to prove and answer these questions. What was the motive? Why would she want her 3 children dead and try to kill herself? Police will tell you that the number 1 motive in homicide cases is money. Was Lindsay the one who got a bunch of money from the deaths of her children, or was it her partner? Lindsay could not get any funds if she's doing life in prison. So that motive is out of the window. The second most common motive is starting a new life. Think Chris Watts. It would make sense if she had been seeing someone that was out of state, and then after the deaths of the children, she moved away, got married, got pregnant by that person, and started a new life.
It would be something if she was doing all that, but who in this situation was doing all that? Here, let's listen to that again, because, man, that would be weird. That would be really weird if she was doing all that.
Got a bunch of money from the deaths of her children, or was it her partner? Lindsay could not get any funds if she's doing life in prison. So that motive is out of the window. The second most common motive is starting a new life. Think Chris Watts. It would make sense if she had been seeing someone that was out of state, and then after the deaths of the children, she moved away, got married, got pregnant by that person, and started a new life. That would make sense. But Lindsay's not the one who did that. The third motive could be...
And it would be really weird if just before the murders, you went away to that state. It would be just so weird. It would be so weird. It would be as if you had already found somebody else and you were establishing that new life. God, that would be weird.
A psychotic break. But could postpartum psychosis really explain...
But apparently it's more strange to have a postpartum psychotic break.
What happened in this case? It explains the unnormal timeline. Prosecutors will have to answer questions like this. Why did a nurse try to ill herself 4 different ways? If she is a medically trained nurse, she knew exactly what she needed to do to get it done in the 1 try. But she didn't. She tried 4 different ways. And her DNA was not even on the knife of one of the ways that she tried to kill herself. And that
Or
brings
the
me
exercise bands.
to all
That was the way that the children were unalived. Wasn't on the way she tried to unalive herself. And it wasn't on the way, I don't even know why I'm saying unalive because YouTube has me restricted here. But if I don't do it, then they'll take it completely down. So strange that the two objects that were used to attempt to unalive somebody just had Patrick's DNA on it. That's so weird. That's so weird. It's weird.
the evidence that they gathered from the house, why was Lindsay's DNA only on a portion of it? Why did they not gather the Apple Watch from the house that night? Do you know what they're using for Lindsay's confession? Everyone's saying, oh, she's admitting doing it, blah, 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 blah. Lindsay calls Patrick twice when she's in the hospital after she wakes up. There is a psychiatrist there. The psychiatrist lets Lindsay use the phone. The first call, Patrick does not pick up. The second call, on the phone, she tells Patrick, according to Patrick, the psychiatrist did not hear this phone call, and they did not pull the recordings from this phone call. This is all based on what Patrick said. He said that she said on the phone that she heard a man's voice tell her to do it, that it was her last chance to do it. From that day on, everyone has said that Lindsay confessed. Back to the knife, why did she cut herself the wrong way? A medically trained nurse cut herself the wrong way when her intentions was to unalive herself. Why would a medically trained nurse put medication in a lemonade knowing the citrus counteracts with the medication? The one thing we can all agree on is that the timeline Patrick has laid out does not make sense. The prosecutors listened to Patrick and ran with it. And the timeline is something that the prosecutors are going to have to prove is rock solid. And the prosecution is trying to say that she was not in psychosis, that she did this deliberately. What was the motive? You have no motive. The timeline doesn't make sense. You have no motive. That creates reasonable doubt. The prosecution can point to planning all day long, but it does not point to why. It does not tell us why she did it.
When the devil wants to dance with you, you better say never.
So they're all very strange occurrences to me. And then I also wanted to show you this. So these are the medications that were found in her toxicology report. So she had Seroquel, which was twice the usual prescribed dosage. She had Lamictal, she had the Remeron, she had the Trazodone, the Ativan, the Valium, and I don't know why there's Trazodone on there twice. But these are all the more heavier medications that she was on. So in a period of 4 months, she was cycled through, I counted 14 medications. No, I'm sorry. I counted 12 medications with 2 possible. So that's what I counted. Also, there's the Apple Watch and the medications that were found later on by her lawyer in the nightstand that were never seized by the cops. And there were also medications that were being held out in Patrick's car in a baggie that he was supposed to be getting rid of. But there was Lamictal, Trazodone, Remeron, and Seroquel. On top of Patrick's husband, different backtracking statements and inconsistencies. So it's crazy, you guys. I think this trial is crazy. But we haven't got into the defense yet, so we don't know for sure how it's going to come, but it is crazy. Let's surf around the internet, and I've been very busy making videos over on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. I even threw some over, I think even threw some over to LinkedIn and X. But so I've been, and Threads. I've been really enjoying Threads. So I've been off on the internet. So I thought I would show you some of the videos that I've been making. I've been putting some over on YouTube, but YouTube is like weird with the shorts. It's not even almost worth it on YouTube to do shorts. So they always copyright my music and fuck it. But okay, so here is my first video. I was trying to think, what is viral over on TikTok? I Googled it and they said like 1 million is viral. But if you have a small channel, which I do have a small channel because my other channel got taken away because I said that the royals were reptilian. That got my channel taken down. And so I'm starting over, and now I have 192 followers. But when I popped it up, I think I only had 100 or so followers. And this video, where is it? Is it gone? Oh, no, there it is. It's at 300. And that's another thing with TikTok. You can't trust TikTok for nothing. They'll take your video down just because someone doesn't like it. Like, like they don't question anything. So this is at 367K. And so the internet said that, like, if you're a really small content creator, like say you only had like 350 followers, I had like 130 followers, that like 100K or 300K is viral. So I'm like, I could be viral, you guys. Whatever that is. All right. So, all right, let's get you over to TikTok though. So you see it in her face that she knows something, and she says, I was innocent. Let me show you that again.
A bunch of bullshit.
She says he did it. And then she goes in and says, I was innocent. She's starting to realize in real time with us that she didn't do it.
A bunch of bullshit. I mean, if you don't understand what psychosis is, you shouldn't be speaking. I don't know what lawyer you had call in, but if you know nothing about altruistic filicide, you should not be commenting on this case. And she did check herself into a hospital at 3 in the morning. Postpartum psychosis is not the same as psychosis. Postpartum psychosis is an extreme emergency where hormones are dropping out of your body and you have weeks before you're going to do something so drastic like kill your children. If you got shot in the stomach, you'd be in the emergency room and you wouldn't check yourself out because you had a horrible doctor. It's the same thing. She was not taken seriously and she was trying to find help repeatedly. She had intrusive thoughts of hurting herself and her children. They moved into auditory command hallucinations and delusions, and it ended in an altruistic filicide where she thought that she was saving the lives of her children by killing them. It was a failure of the system and education and knowledge all around in everyone, including her husband.
Hello?
How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, bye.
So that's basically the one video that I did. And then I put up all the reasons why. I thought this was interesting too. Yesterday when Lindsay had when she couldn't stop crying, the jury started crying and the prosecutor noticed it. And I feel like that's the moment she knew. When she saw the jury crying, that's the moment she knew that she had actually lost the case. That's her crying. And it's that bow. I can't let that bow go. I cannot.
She did not have pressured speech.
Doctor?
I wrote that, but you're misinterpreting my note. I don't care what it says. I know what I meant.
That was her psychiatrist. And then, it's been pointed out over and over again that the only DNA on anything really is Patrick's. Very strange, very strange. Over here on Instagram, more of the bows and stuff like this. I feel like our old Big Red is the only one that she has in the courtroom, although she's got some nurses in there that comfort her. But I'm so happy she has him. And so I put up some videos about our Red. I put up videos about the meds that she was on, and just how invested I am. So come join me over on those platforms. Over on Instagram, I'm Amy F. Williamson. Over on the TikTok streets, I'm the Para Women Radio Network. Facebook, I'm this is my private channel, which is Amy F. Williamson. And then we also have a group, which our group got hacked. We had like 2,000 or 5,000 people in there. 2,000 to 5,000 people. Now we're a lot less still over here. But we're over here on as a group, Para Women Radio Network. How many people do we have now? 345. So, okay. So join us on those platforms if you want to come hang out with us. Would love to have you. Be sure to give this live a thumbs up, you guys. Helps us go out into the algorithm. Come see us over on the other platforms. Helps us go out into the algorithm. He's advocating for everyone with mental health issues. Totally. And especially women. Women need to be heard right now. I really feel like we need to be heard. I think this is going to be a really huge case, one of the biggest ones of the summer. So, let's head over to this channel. We were hanging out here. This is a lawyer that, is she live? She's not live. Yes, she's live. I like to get the legal perspective of what's happening. So let's take a peek at what she's saying about this morning's activity. I do have court up, so when they come back, I'll just put us right over there. Oh, wait, I think they're back. Hold on a second. No, they're not. Got too many things up, though. Let me clean this up really quick. Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm clicking buttons. Somebody stop me. Everything we view, I will put over in the YouTube show notes, except the stuff that is my own. I
might be able to
that.
scooch right through the break because we're a little bit behind.
Again, this is this morning's testimony that we're watching. They're on break right now.
Lindsay?
All right. We'll be in recess on this matter. Thank you.
And they're still not back, but they're on their morning break. So there's lots of questions, lots of comments. Let's get to it. Butterduck, thank you for your very generous 50. She says, after my third child, I was so depressed and I had awful thoughts, but my dad was a doctor, so I was afraid to say anything. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Mom of Claus, thank you so much for your super sticker. Rock Chick wanted to know, will Lindsay be deposed and testify in the civil trial if it does not settle out of court? Yes. Yes, she will. That Bosnian chick says, where's the
Well, I actually like that. I want to hear from her. I've looked it up and they've said that she probably won't testify in this one, but interesting that she'll have to do it in the civil.
Reddington's magnifying glass. I need help finding the point.
I know. I think even Lindsay looked at her lawyer and was like, because that didn't make her look bad. It's like, I don't think it's doing what you think it's doing because it makes her look good. Wait, are you the prosecution or are you the defense? Oh, you got the bow on. You're the prosecution. Got it.
Christine needs to see a spreadsheet of all the meds. Kevin Reddington has it as a big exhibit. I'm sure we're going to see it up close and personal later on in the trial. Mama Zone said it felt like the ME describing Cora and Dawson's condition upon autopsy was relishing her description as much as the prosecutor. It was disgusting. Thank you for your thoughts. Attorney Wannabe says Tewksbury Hospital is a half a mile from me. Very creepy. only open for addiction treatment and psych. Grounds are said to be haunted. Friend is a nurse there. That's very interesting. Cupcake eating law nerd, you know, says from Lake Tahoe, trekking up Mount Blanc, listening to your stream, a horrific case I wasn't interested in, channeling my rage regarding all this sadness and injustice to scale this altitude and heat in Switzerland. Jen said, I had a break in reality. I really thought people wanted to hurt me. Now, years later, it's still foggy what happened. Thank God I got help inpatient for a month. Thank God. Love always, Elizabeth said, this case is literally just Patrick's word. Paramedics said she wasn't talking, but Pat said otherwise, no DNA on those bands. I have to go back and watch the DNA testimony again. I think that was the time when I had to go downstairs because I had somebody at the front door and I was having work done. And I think I missed it, but other people saying that why wasn't her DNA on the bands? Did they stipulate that her DNA was on the bands? I really have to go back and watch that testimony again. And so I don't want to mischaracterize it, but that is what people are pointing to who think that Patrick, in fact, did this. Sensationally social with Beth said, my daughter miscarried at 9 weeks after losing grandma that same week, sent her to her OBGYN.
Okay, so here is the difference in the DNA on the bands. Apparently, her DNA was on the band, but there were no fingerprint. Her fingerprint wasn't on the band. Patrick's fingerprint was on the band. So her DNA was on the band, but no fingerprints for her, but fingerprints for Patrick. And other family member, the kids had DNA on it as well, but you know, I mean, they were harmed with it. But also, I mean, I'm sure it was kids like to play with that kind of stuff. So, but anyway, yeah, that's what happened.
For help, and she seems to be a little better. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Beth. Butterduck, we covered that. S. Beth says, bipolar here, not necessarily an expert, can say from firsthand experience a number of factors during a depressive or manic episode, such as lack of sleep or frequent medication changes, can very much trigger psychosis. Thank you. Thank you. Every person is different. And so I'll be interested to see what the experts say with regard to that. Kimberly said, I saw my dad go through a psychotic break. It was very fast and strange. Karen said, by the way, I looked into it in Massachusetts, like many other states, offers free counseling to jurors following traumatic cases. Thank God. Praise be. Julianne says,
I really hope something positive comes from this tragedy, because if they just stuff her away, then I don't know. I'm not prepared. I was thinking today, I know like I'm pretty well, okay, she's going to go to an institution because she really, I mean, she's still wanting to harm herself, right? They were afraid what she would do in the courtroom. So I'm pretty well, okay, she needs to be somewhere, but it doesn't need to be prison, in my opinion, so far. I mean, something might come out that I'm like, oh, yeah, no, she did it. But so far, I have not gotten there. I have not gotten from point A to point B. So far, I'm A to Z.
thanks for covering this trial. Just sad. Tears every day. I watched the entire Karen Read trial live on Court TV, and I found you through the lawyer you know. New fan here. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Susie Q, bunch of super chats from Australia, says, I hope I have finally reached you all. I've watched you for so long. Feel so much love here, compassion and kindness. Sending my love to Lindsay. Been there. It's not your fault, sweetheart. It's so interesting to hear from so many of you who have gone through and came out the other side of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression. Shay said, I grew up listening to Tom T. Hall on 8-track in my dad's car. I still have his CD today in my car of his children's songs CD. My children grew up listening to him and loved his songs. Couldn't Lindsay have been looking up his music? I think they've shown that it was Patrick because he admitted to it on the stand, and it was his laptop.
And
Samantha.
And they just showed that she was taking the baby for an ear infection. And so she wasn't at home during that X search for that country musician. So, I mean, why was he, I don't know. Why was he on her Facebook? Most people don't do that. You'll go over to your own Facebook, but and you wouldn't be on her Facebook on your laptop either. Like that's a choice. He made a choice to go into her Facebook on his laptop.
thinks the prosecution wasted our time this
And
morning.
also, I heard him testify. We were going through the testimony, and I heard him say that he doesn't check her Facebook accounts. So why is he in her Facebook account if he doesn't check her Facebook account? So many freaking lies. Did they even interview this guy? Oh.
Morning. I thought it was very, very important because I thought that Kevin Reddington shredded their theory. And I can't wait to see what he does with this witness who's on the stand right now about these text messages and Google searches and mapping the way to 3V. Steve Moore says he reminds me of my old man with that magnifying glass. Everyone remember to hit the like button, please. It helps the stream reach the masses, helps the algorithm, and so more people will.
So YouTube is so maddening. If you guys could do the same for me, if you're enjoying the content, this is like the warning that I have up on mine. It's not going to get pushed out into the algorithm. Nobody's going to see it. So if you guys could do me a huge favor, like huge, and just share my content and just push it out onto the algorithm. That's why I'm all over the internet trying to just push it out. So if you guys could help me out, I'm a small content channel, and I understand, like, I don't get a lot of people that gift me or do that kind of stuff, and I get it because I don't have the money to do that for anybody either. So I don't begrudge or bemoan, but man, if you guys could just do this one little thing for me, I would really, really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
We'll see the coverage of this very important case. Samantha says, pulls out magnifying glass. Sorry, trying to find the prosecution's theory of the case. Very funny. Serenity, sorry, I got here late. Excuse me if you already discussed. I love your beautiful blouse. Where'd you get it? It's a dress, actually. And it's by Natalie Martin, who is a designer in California. She has a website, Natalie Martin. Thank you. Thank you very much. Susie Q again. This is so heartbreaking. How do I become a part of this amazing group of loving, kind people? Love from Australia. Thank you. You're here. There's a 72-hour hold on the chat because of all the crazy trolling that goes on here. If you'd like to become a member, there's a way to do that too. The link is in the show notes below the video. And she says, again, trying to become part of this amazing group. Thank you very much.
How do I find members like that? I want people that want to be a part of an amazing group too. I guess we all got to work it.
Fine wine. Always. Seinfeld references always welcome. He's an importer, exporter. I love you too. Thank you very much. Susie Q again. Sorry, tried to become a member, not allowing me. Have purchased a few times.
Geez. Susie Q. Let's move forward.
Oh,
there she is again. Susie Q. Why don't... Okay.
Again, one life again. Thank you, Susie Q, for not giving up. You ain't got no quit. Beth became a member. Welcome. Miss Sprague is shooketh by K Shred. Says backpacks, bows, lies. Oh my.
Let's go back and catch her when she's not going through all of the super chats.
So what it does is it copies out the bit for bit. Somebody typed in an exact phrase or word.
Let's find a break.
It also could.
Let's find a break so we can hear her explain a little bit. When did they take a break? Is this their first or second break? Oh, it's morning. So this is only their first break? They haven't even taken lunch yet. Oh, I think he said they were leaving early today, maybe. And for sure, there's no court tomorrow. Oh, well, let's go to the beginning and see what she has to say.
That will come back with results that will tell you all the medications that are good for you and all the medications that are bad for you.
Yes, I've talked about this. I have had this done, and it was actually a psychiatric doctor that had this test done where you can be tested to see what medications vibe well with you. I'm really weird with medications. I don't react well to medications. Like, I've done some crazy shit on new medications. So the psychiatrist had me, like, I have slept drove on Ambien, right? I got up and was sleepwalking and I drove. I do crazy stuff on new medications. Another medication, I just started dating somebody and this is embarrassing. I don't know if I should tell you guys this, but I just started dating someone, and I went over to their house and was staying the night that night, and I sleptwalked, and apparently I was making a pizza in their oven, and it was smoking, and it was crazy. So there was that was when they were starting to put me on like trying all kinds of different medications. I was also having issues with not sleeping. And when you don't sleep, you do crazy. Like it's almost as, I don't know, when you don't sleep, well, I'm sure everybody's gone through a period of not sleeping, but when it's a prolonged not sleeping, like I think there was a period of time where she said, in this case, she didn't sleep for 4 days. I can't, like, you just feel so wired, but yet so exhausted, and you start thinking some crazy shit. So, and then when I would sleepwalk. So my body was not letting itself, relax. And I was going through, it was during my divorce, and I was going through a lot during that time. So, yeah.
Body might react to poorly. Amanda says, my husband flipped
Yeah.
me. And
It's a test. And, like it came back with, you're probably wondering, yeah, you had it testing me. Well, it came back that almost everything I was taking wasn't good for me. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. So, like I've said this over and over again, I have started microdosing, and I do the devil's lettuce. I've moved to all natural ways. I have, and it didn't happen overnight. I was on a lot of medications like Lindsay. I mean, I was on a lot of those medications. They had me on the Ativan. I had the Seroquel. I had two very heavy narcotics. And then I had a muscle relaxer. And then I had a nerve pain thing. I even had two appointments with doctors because they were talking about putting a pain pump in my spine. I mean, once you get into this, I don't know, I don't want to like start preaching, but anyway, it's a very messed up system that we have. And I feel like the only way I got out of it was because I do have my degree, and I I'm a for lack of a better word, I'm a bitch. I advocate for myself. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to tell people how I feel. And I think that's the only thing that saved me. But I'm sure there's a lot of medical documentation about how troublesome I am. So, and just like I'm sure there was a lot about her.
trial. Wit says, I felt she was 100% guilty, but I still didn't think she should go to jail. But now I question everything, right?
Yeah.
Bab says,
When I first heard the case, I was like, ooh, no, I don't think I can cover that. I just can't cover that. But then I started hearing about it, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Wait. Let's just back this bus up. And we're taking a second look. And even though YouTube is restricting this case, I got to share it. We got to carry it through. But I'm just hoping that I have enough energy that I can like multitask, because I'm not a multitasker. Like once I get into a case, it's all I think about. Like, it's same thing with food. Once I find a food I like, it's all I eat. I think that's a touch of the tism there. But that's what I do. I focus. And so, but I'm really hoping that I can multitask and pull in some other cases.
In neutral, Commonwealth has not, I think maybe you meant to say proven. Their case is almost over. And unlike many other states, Massachusetts, the Commonwealth has the burden. The prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was not criminally insane at the time of the murder.
With what she just said, that the prosecution has the burden and all of that stuff, all of that doubt that I just showed you about Patrick, do you think they've proven it? I mean, they're about to rest, and Big Red's about to, what I imagine, hit a few home runs. I don't know. I'm not prepared though. I said I started this earlier, and I know she's going to probably go to an institution. I'm not prepared for her to go to prison. I just don't think I can handle it. I felt unglued when they sent Richard Allen, and I can't tell you for sure if Richard Allen did it, but I can tell you for sure they didn't prove it without a doubt, and they shouldn't have put that man in prison. Okay, they're back.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Council, we ready for the jury?
Yeah, thank you.
Be sure to give this live a thumbs up, guys. Thanks.
Order. All right. Jurors in. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Morning.
Morning, sir.
So you are part of the prosecution team that handles the downloads of computers and cell phones and things like that, right?
I just want to break in here really quick, and I just noticed he has a wedding ring on. I wonder who Mrs. Reddington is, because she's a lucky lady.
Specifically mobile devices, sir, not
But
computers.
he's a lucky man probably for her too, because I wouldn't imagine he would marry a wallflower.
Mobile devices, okay. And the other gentleman that testified, Pavo, is that his name?
Paveo, sir.
Paveo. And he did the laptops that were found in the office in the home, right?
Correct. He has those certifications.
Okay. Now, the district attorney had asked you some questions about different searches that you had done on Celebrate and on Axiom. All your searches dealt with Lindsay's cell phone, right?
To clarify, sir, I did no searches on Axiom.
Okay. You did searches on Celebrate.
This is the only forensic tool I use, correct?
All right. And basically, I'm just trying to get a handle on that you and your other brother or sister officers would examine, for example, the computers that were found in Patrick's office in the house, right? You didn't, but the other people did, right?
That's correct.
And then you got the computer, strike that, you got the cell phone that was Lindsay's cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then did, what's called an advanced logical of Lindsay's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
And what is an advanced logical? What does that mean?
It's an extraction that utilizes the iTunes backup of an iOS device, and it acquires most of the user-facing content, meaning calls, texts, images,
okay,
browser history.
So you lost me on user-facing. What does that mean?
What the user sees when they're using the phone.
Okay, so like if you pick up a phone and you open it up, then you're interfacing with the phone and you're looking at different things, such as photographs, emails, text, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to Trooper, now Sergeant Paveo, and yourself, there also was another trooper that you were working with, a guy by the name of Rabbit, like Roger Rabbit, right?
Yes, Joseph Rabbit was assigned to the unit at the time.
And he also conducted a search, but he did what's called a full file system extraction, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, what is a full file system extraction as opposed to advanced logical extraction?
A full file system extraction would acquire the databases and information that you cannot see as a user on a device.
I see. So your extraction was done on January 30th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Rabbit's extraction was done on January 27th, right?
I'm not aware of Trooper Rabbit's extraction.
Did you ever collaborate with him as investigator investigating Lindsay Clancy on this case and talk about what you located or what he located?
I had no discussion with him about the phone extraction.
All right. Is he still working for the state police?
He is.
Would you agree with me that the full file extraction actually gets more information than the advanced logical? In other words, Rabbit's extraction would have got more information than you got on your advanced logical.
That's correct.
So one of the things the district attorney had asked you about was in reference to Exhibit 237. And that would be the Celebrate report. Is that correct? Basically, the caption for the extraction on the Celebrate report.
This is a supplemental report that I completed from the physical analyzer software.
Okay. And would that be Celebrate?
Yes.
So, that's what I asked. Looking at Exhibit 237, the second page, that on the very top that I'm looking at here, can you tell me on the right, what is it depicting on the right?
It's
a little box.
Brightness instead of the.
Yeah, I know that. See the little box? Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to approach you. This here is the exhibit that the district attorney asked you to look at, 237, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a Celebrate report, right?
It's a supplemental report, yes.
And that would be the calendar search, right?
The calendar supplemental report, correct.
Okay. So that means that if Lindsay had appointments anywhere, it would have been presumably, if she put it in the phone, in her calendar, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at your investigation, directing your attention to the start time, what date are we talking about here?
The start time is August 14th, 2022, midnight. End time would be August 14th, 2022, 11:59 p.m.
Okay. So if you look down to the next one, it says, what date?
August 23rd, 2022, 10 a.m.
Okay. And did she make an entry on her computer on that date and time?
She did, sir.
And can you tell me what the entry was?
The subject is 10 a.m., Callan, Kingston, vaccine.
So Callan would be the son. She had it in her phone that he had an appointment to get a vaccine at 10 p.m.?
The time is 10 a.m.
10 a.m., okay. And the next one, what is the next one?
Would you like to know the subject, sir, or the date?
Yeah, sure. Just whatever the date is and then what the subject is.
Okay. The start time is August 23rd, 2022, 5 p.m. The subject of the entry is 9:45, Kingston, Dawson, ear check.
And that would be indicative of an appointment that she had at the pediatrician's office for Dawson's ear check at 9:45 in the morning. Is that correct?
Could be an inference, I'm not sure, but that's the entry.
Okay. Now, looking at Exhibit 235, you can tell me, what is this document?
I recognize it as a screen capture from an Axiom phone extraction.
All right. And you did indicate you were Axiom qualified, right?
I am not, sir. I'm familiar with the program as a result of my training with Great Key. Magna Forensics owns Great Key Technology, and in the training course for Great Key, process extraction is using Axiom, but I'm not certified in the software of Axiom.
But you can interpret it. You understand what that shows you. It's just a listing of different activities on the phone, right?
I'm aware of what the screenshot depicts, yes.
All right. Can you tell me see the highlighted one, can you tell us what that is, the date, the time, and what it's referencing? Do you need a magnifying glass?
Reference is a website, sir.
And what's the website?
Mail.google.com.
That mail, like M-A-I-L, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it indicate whose mail it is? Does it show it on the right-hand side of the box?
I can't definitively determine whose mailbox it is.
Okay.
Trooper, I'm going to ask you, make sure you keep your voice up. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
The next page. It's pretty much the same thing in the same day. Okay. Can you tell us on that page who signed in under what email?
The artifact is indicating that there is a title with an email.
What's the name?
Sorry. patrickclancy@gmail.com.
So that's fair to say that would be patrickclancy@gmail.com. That's his email that's signed in on Lindsay's Facebook.
I can't confirm that.
Okay. And when you were going through her phone, is it fair to say that, I mean, there wasn't much in her life that wasn't exposed to the state police and the DA's office and the investigators? I mean, your report initially was 180,000 pages of PDF, right?
It was a very large download, sir.
Does 180,000 sound about right?
It does.
So 180,000 pages on a PDF, you do a number of extractions, and then you get into the one that you were testifying about. The district attorney indicated, or you stated that it was 768 pages of text messages that she had, along with photographs perhaps?
That was a timeline search. The number of items in that report are indicative only of the time frame in which I was utilizing within the software.
Okay. So when you went through her phone, did you come across on a Celebrate report searching for where is the carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across, might be easier this way. This is a Celebrate report on Lindsay's phone, right? Now, I understand that you might not have been standing next to another cop going through the records and documents on her phone, but on this, you're able to recognize that as being the Celebrate report, right?
It is a Celebrate report, sir.
And it's a Celebrate report for her phone. You can tell by the numbers, right? Maybe this would help a little bit. See this here where it talks about source file and it's got a number, quadruple 08110-0000925E and all the rest of them. That would be her phone, right?
I don't have that number memorized.
Of course not, but it would be in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Celebrate extraction report?
It would depend on the supplemental report that you have, sir, whether or not that character was displayed.
Because this is, we agree, is Lindsay's cell phone. Celebrate extraction report.
This item we have here, sir.
No, I'm sorry, the exhibit.
This is the calendar supplemental report, yes.
So Lindsay, so what's the number? You must have a number that would connect to her phone, like an address, like your home address, but in fact, it would be a number, right?
It's a device identifier. It is not presented in this supplemental report.
Okay, where would the device identifier be presented?
It'd be presented in the front page of the initial extraction report.
And that's the 780,000, or whatever it is, pages, right? You don't have that here. Certainly 180,000 pages. You don't have that here, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Barrow, for a minute. Did you bring your report today with you? Just the report, not all the exhibits?
No, sir.
So you would agree with me, sir, that one of the concerns as an investigator that you had is things such as looking for buzzwords like suicide, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When you're looking on the target's phone, and out of this whole courtroom, the target would be Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had access to her phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you all went into it with a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for different topics such as suicide, drugs, killing kids, I imagine, to investigate, right? You had buzzwords.
Yes, sir.
And did you come across, for example, a search that indicates carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search on Safari, how to slit your throat to die?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search, can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
I don't recall.
Did you know that she had a Kia Sorento?
I did not.
If I approach you with this Celebrate report, sir, does that give you the numbers for what I just went through with these searches?
The universal device identifier is a match.
It is a minute, okay.
Yes, between this document in my hand and the ones that you're holding.
So what's the first search on the first box?
The value associated with the source file is carotid artery.
And the next box?
How to slit your throat to die.
And the next box?
Can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
These all came from Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to read off of these?
If we could just
Sure.
see them at sidebar.
What is it depicting on the right?
It's
Little box?
In the brightness instead of the zoom.
Yeah, I know that. You see the little box? Oh, well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna approach you. This here is the exhibit that the district attorney asked you to look at, 237, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a Celebrate report, right?
It's a supplemental report, yes.
And that would be the calendar search, right?
The calendar supplemental report, correct.
Okay. So that means that if Lindsay had appointments anywhere, it would have been presumably, if she put it in the phone, in her calendar, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at that, well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to read off of these?
If we could just
Sure.
see them at sidebar.
They're taking a quick little sidebar again. Have you noticed that if people are cool and decent with Reddington, he's the same way, but when they start to try to play their little gaslighty type games, he gets like, he's a no nonsense kind of dude. I can appreciate that. I really appreciate that because it's kind of like how I am. But they are on a quick little sidebar. Today, we're coming to you on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, and we're also live over on the TikTok streets. I can't show you the trial. I can only let you listen to it with me, which, I mean, I don't want to start bitching about TikTok, but how stupid is that? So that's what we're doing today. Yesterday was a really hard day. What were you guys feeling when Lindsay started crying? I didn't realize that the jury was crying too. Did you guys realize that? I didn't realize it until I was rewatching it and I saw the prosecutor look over. And that's when I knew the prosecutor knew she was cooked. Her case was cooked because the jury was crying along with Lindsay, who was sobbing, which I was crying too. It was a rough day. Let's pop back over to the lawyer, Melanie Little, and see what she's saying.
If she had a plan, I mean, she really didn't have a lot of time to execute on this plan. She would have, I submit to you, if she wanted to plan it, she would have planned it better. Carol Woodsong, thank you so very much for your 10. Awareness of the current state of mental health care will hopefully bring about positive changes. Yeah, I hope so. Laura, hi Laura. Lindsay fell through every possible crack, got repeated bad directions and was misinterpreted by all. We need to add a code, Clancy, to our word of alerts. May the Clancys find peace and forgiveness. Thank you. I think the Clancys are all on her side. I don't know if I could forgive something like this if these were my grandkids. Miriam, stupid question. If she's searching for suicide, that proves she's suicidal and looking for ways. Right. Maybe she was trying to get a plan. How is this helping them? I don't know. They said at one point,
I can't see how any of this morning's testimony is helping them because she's writing in her book that she's searching, but yet they wouldn't help her because she didn't have a plan, but yet she's writing in her journal that she didn't have a plan. And I know, or that she was searching for a plan. And I know that like a lot of people, the doctors will have you journal and then they read your journals too, because sometimes you can't say out loud how you're feeling. So, and Lindsay struck me as somebody who was going here, there, just reading stuff, taking all the recommendations that they were throwing at her. I mean, she wanted to get better. She really wanted to get better.
I don't remember if it was during this trial that she was searching ways to kill. Ways to kill. That was the media spin. And we now know it was methods of suicide, which was hyperlinked from Tom T. Hall's Wikipedia page. Mommy of 5, Gigi of 12 is here. She gifted 5 memberships. She's the Gigi that we all know and love. Catherine says it's tragic and criminal how Big Pharma incentivizes doctors to keep prescribing these meds to make patients dependent on them. Also chemo, they keep pushing it on my
Looking at what has been marked as exhibit.
Okay, we're back in court.
S and T for identification, not an exhibit yet, the jury would have, but nevertheless, we can question you about it. You do agree with me that the phone identifier numbers are listed here, and they're pretty much the same on these 3 exhibits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be Lindsay Clancy's phone, right?
I can't confirm that. Yes, sir.
So I've just handed you exhibit 237, sir. Can you tell me what that exhibit is? The district attorney questioned you about it.
It's a supplemental report that I compiled from the Celebrate software on the calendar application.
Do you have access to what was referred to as the mummy text messages?
Not with this document, sir.
So that document is the calendar that we had already gone through as far as seeing the doctor, 9:45 and 10 o'clock appointments, right?
That's correct.
All right. Is the,
Exhibit 238.
Exhibit 238, sir.
It won't let me throw up a
They may.
background.
On the exhibit, sir, this would be captioned the money text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that fair to say?
For January of 2023, sir, yes.
Okay, so this search was limited by the police to January of 2023 for the texts between Lindsay and her mother, right?
Correct, sir. It's a filtered supplemental report from Celebrate.
Filtered supplemental report, okay. So who would be, when the jury's looking at these in the jury room, who would be the blue texter? Would it be Lindsay or her mother?
You could just look at the participant delivered status sent from Lindsay owner to mommy. So the green would be from the owner of the phone to the recipient, mommy.
Okay, so green would be Lindsay, blue would be the mother.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let me give you exhibit 238, and just for a representative example, I mean, looking through, will you look at September 28th at 6:18 in the morning?
Sir, can you repeat that date?
Yeah, sure. September 28th. Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September, you only did January, right?
Sir, this exhibit is just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to January then. Now, let's say January 3rd, 8:35 in the morning. Do you have that?
One moment, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And what did Lindsay say to her mother on January 3rd at 8:35 in the morning?
At 59 seconds, sir.
Yeah.
I'm all right, period. Anxious about meeting with the whole psychiatry team.
How about the next message that she sent at January 3rd at 8:37 in the morning?
In 31 seconds.
Sure.
I'm just worried they won't send me home soon.
Now, do you know, as a police officer working on this case, what she meant, send me home? Do you know where she was on January 3rd?
It would be an inference only, sir.
That's all right. You can infer.
I believe she was in a medical facility.
McLean Hospital.
I recall that hospital being mentioned.
And then on January 8th, sir, at 10:44 in the morning, was there a text from her mother to Lindsay, if you know? 10:44. Where the mother asked, did you sleep good?
1 second, sir. It's cut off by the clip here. 10:44 and 30 seconds a.m.
Yeah.
From mommy to Lindsay. Great. That will be fun. Sleep good last night, question mark.
And did she respond? She meaning Lindsay?
She did.
What'd she say?
I actually did.
And this was on January 8th, sir?
That's correct.
January 10th, could you pull that up, please, at 9:48 in the morning?
I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the time on the
Sure.
10th?
9:48 in the morning, beginning with mother asking questions of Lindsay. Still sleeping good, question mark.
I have a message at 9:48 and 15 seconds from mommy to Lindsay.
Okay, what is that?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Question mark.
And what did she say in response?
Good, period, at the gym with the kids.
And what was the date? Was that January 10th?
2023, 9:48, 21 seconds a.m.
So do you have January 10th in front of you, not the 23rd?
My correction, sir. January 10th, 2023 at 9:48 and 21 seconds.
All right. And what did the mother ask her?
Nice, still sleeping good.
Did she ask her, are you feeling better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit.
Would you like me to read that, sir?
Yeah.
At January 10th, 2023, 9:53:01 seconds a.m. Are you feeling any better during the day? From mommy to Lindsay.
And go to January 12th, 11:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? What did mommy say?
From mommy to Lindsay, January 12th, 2023, 11:09, 32 seconds a.m. Still feeling a little better, question mark.
And how did she respond? How did Lindsay respond?
A little bit.
And then on January 16th, well, wait a minute. January 14th at 1:05, I think in the afternoon. Can you pull that one up?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Okay. You recall where it starts as, I'm waiting for the day. And that would be from Lindsay to her mother.
Can you repeat the time one more time, sir?
1:05?
AM or PM?
PM.
And this is on the 14th?
Yes, sir. Yep. January 14th.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 14th, 2023, 1:05, 13 seconds PM.
Saying?
About the same, period, hanging in there and waiting for the day I wake up and feel me.
So she says, waiting for the day I wake up feeling like me, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then on the 16th of January, if you can pull that one up. January 16th at 10:20.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 16th, 2023, 10:20, 24 seconds AM.
And what did it say?
It was fun, period. Cora and Dawson enjoyed, period.
Now, did it make reference at any point in the text that that was a reference to the Cape Codder? Is that in there at all? Do you see it? It was fun, referring to what was fun, if you know.
Not in this particular message, sir.
Okay. And then continuing on, sir, January 18th, would you agree that she inquired of her mother, or the mother asked, are you starting a new med? She said, I did. I started it two nights ago. And that basically the mother was asking her about her medications and how she felt and how she was doing, right?
One moment, sir. I just have to get to that point.
You know what? That's okay, because it's an exhibit and the jurors are going to have it and they can take a look at it. So that's okay. We're good on that.
Okay, don't answer the question.
No, you don't have to answer it. That's all right.
Okay, sir.
Now, on January 24th, District Attorney asked you about Google searches, Googling 3V restaurant, looking at the distance from the house to 3V restaurant, looking up menus. You recall answering her questions on that?
I do, sir.
And you're familiar also, prior to that, on the same day, that she had taken the baby to a doctor and that Pat texted her and asked basically, you know, how did it work out? Do you recall that?
I recall the doctor's appointment. I don't recall the text.
Do you recall that Lindsay sent a picture of her and her children taken that afternoon?
I recall the snowman photo.
I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted back and said something like, "Oh, wow, you're a good mom"? Call that?
I don't recall the text.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis? Can you be in DKA without high blood sugar? Page after page after page, trazodone, what is the effect of trazodone? Wellbutrin, how do you feel on trazodone? Ativan addiction, Prozac, Trazone, going on and on and on. You guys saw this on her search on her phone, the Celebrate, right?
I recall those searches, sir.
Okay. Could I offer this, Your Honor? This would be medical searches on her phone.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 239.
Great, thank you.
Do you recall, sir, that there was also a search for schizophrenia? I'll say that.
Not specifically.
Well, if I approach you, sir, and your extraction report, does that refresh your memory that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia? See where it says schizophrenia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay. Put that right here for a minute. How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Close.
There is a keyword search in psychosis and a Google search.
That would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on January 20th?
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay. Then is there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search, yes.
And what was the rest of the search?
On Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And then it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
And then further, do you recall that there were a number of pages where she Googled and was inquiring about suicide?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us when she was Googling suicide?
December 29th, 2022, 1:02:14 seconds p.m.
And would you agree that she also Googled on a number of occasions sleep?
Sleep is one keyword and part of a Google search, correct?
And then there's a number of pages that are attached to that dealing with the search for sleep, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know the time frame that we're talking about from the Celebrate search?
Multiple entries, sir. Majority of them are in January of 2023.
Okay. Also, a much larger package of searches for trazodone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Trazodone is one keyword as part of multiple Google searches.
Zoloft?
Correct.
What's the time frame?
If I may just remove this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest entry is December 31st, 2022, 4:07:48 seconds p.m. Last entry, all on the same date, December 31st, 2022, 7:06:39 seconds PM.
Okay. Thank you. She also, on her phone, is a search for benzo withdrawals, right?
Yes, sir. Benzo is listed as a keyword as part of another search.
Also, after benzo, it says withdrawals, right?
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that, please?
January 20th, 2023, 8:11:57 seconds PM.
Okay, thank you. And also a search for Wellbutrin.
Yes, sir. Wellbutrin is a keyword as part of a Google search.
Does it say what the time frame is?
It does.
What is it?
January 16th, 2023, 9:14:47 seconds AM.
Okay. And a search for McLean.
Correct, sir. McLean is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 29th, 2022, 8:52:37 seconds AM.
Is there also a search for insomnia?
Yes, sir. Insomnia is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 31st, 2022, 7:12:58 seconds PM.
That's December 21st, did you say? 30.
December 31st, 2022, sir.
And is there a search for keyword ketamine? Ketamine.
Yes, sir. Ketamine is part of a Google search. It's a keyword within the Google search.
What's the time frame?
For this entry, January 20th, 2023, 8:39:0 seconds PM.
There's also a search pulled up on Celebrate for Lamictal.
Yes, the word Lamictal was part of a Google search.
And what's the time frame?
January 16th, 2023, 9:23:13 seconds AM.
Okay. Was there also a keyword search for postpartum and Google searches for postpartum depression and various aspects of postpartum?
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for us?
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
And keyword benzo. Right on the Celebrate record for Lindsay's cell phone.
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
Sir, would you like it for the first entry or all the entries?
Just give me the idea, like, for, bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 2022, 9:17:05 seconds AM, with the last entry being January 20th, 2023, 8:13:48 seconds PM.
And search for bipolar. That was on her phone.
Keyword bipolar is part of a Google search, correct?
Bracketed in. What's the time that it started? When did it end?
The earliest entry is from this report is December 29th, 2022, 9 AM, 37 seconds. And the last entry is January 13th, 2023, 1:38:42 seconds PM.
And clonazepam was a search as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 AM to 11:27 AM.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. Let's see what it says, Ativan. What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat? Search for Ativan.
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st, 2022, 7:06:30 seconds PM.
Okay. Next one would be amitriptyline, correct? Okay.
I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but it appears to be that way.
Okay. And when was was the matriculated search? When did it start? When did it end?
January 16th, 2023, 11:01, 28 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 23rd, 2023, 8:17, 58 seconds p.m.
And then on January 20th, 2023, was she searching intrusive?
That's correct.
And then finally, sir, on January 19th of 2023, was she searching hallucinations?
Yes, sir. 10:33, 49 seconds a.m.
Sir, I would offer these.
I could just look them over.
Sure, yeah.
You're welcome, sir.
No objection.
Okay, those may be admitted. Do you want to admit it's individual?
All one? Is one individual or all one? I don't care.
Why don't we do that? I hate to do this to you. Why don't we do it individually? Just might be easier down the road.
Okay.
Exhibits 240 through 260 so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I neglected to ask about this solid grade extraction report from Lindsay's phone. This is agree with me is another extraction search on her phone.
Yes, sir. It's a supplemental report for searched items.
Okay. And looking at that, Ken, basically there are a number of search terms in there such as pre-made goodie bags, and that would have been on December 31st, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what's the next one underneath that that would be on December 31st?
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
What about the next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
Is children's Tylenol the same as infants?
Next one.
6-month-old whale windows.
That would be WALE, whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
6-month-old. Okay. Next one.
Earth's best organic baby food.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant formula.
Next one.
Nova Plymouth NOVA.
Next one.
Best kids movies.
Next one.
Nova Trampoline Lark.
Next one.
Unicorn Picture.
Next one, if you can.
Yes, sir. Unicorn Picture Free Coloring.
Just read them right down. Just
Yes, sir.
Just rip right through it.
Paw Patrol saves. I'll spell it. Paw Patrol saves the MEREKR. Twin Girls Bed. Cape Cod Resort. How much formula for 8 MINTH? Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Children's Motrin. Children's Motrin stores. ADC Temple Touch Thermometer.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
What
sir.
do we have to for date right now?
The last item I read was ADC Temple Touch Thermometer, sir, and the date was January 17th, 2023, time 2:19:03 seconds PM.
Okay. I just want to get a frame on the time. Okay,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Finish that up.
8-month milestones. Fluffy slime recipe. Fluffy slime recipe. UTI symptoms children. Kids Miralax. Miralax for kids.
And what was the date on that?
The last date on the page for Miralax for kids, January 24th, 2023, 4:47:31 seconds PM.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish these three more.
Yes, sir. CVS Pharmacy, Pedialax, Pedialax.
Thank you, sir. I'd offer this, Judge.
All right, that may be admitted. Yeah, 261. Yes.
And then finally, sir, approaching you with what would be a report. You can recognize that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what is that? It doesn't have the thing, the header on the top. That's all.
It's a supplemental report, sir, and appears to be text messages.
Are you able to know when the photograph of the two kids and the snowman was sent to Pat by Lindsay? You know when? Was it on the 24th? If you know.
I would have to look at the extraction.
So, understanding jury would be able to be looking at the photo and has a little history. If we look at this report, you see where it says Lindsay owner, and then over here, it says Cutie.
Yes, sir.
So is that from Pat to Lindsay?
That's correct.
And what's the date and the time?
January 24th, 2023, 8:19:45 seconds AM.
Okay. And what's the next one that you see? And just say to us, like, it's Pat to Lindsay or Lindsay to Pat, and what is the message? You don't have to go through all the numbers.
Yes, sir. Next item, do you want me to read the date, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Next item, January 24th, 2023, 8:36:17 seconds AM. Lindsay to Pat, loved an image, which is a reflection that someone used the feature within iMessage to like an image.
Like an image, like a photograph, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Yep. What else?
Want me to keep going?
Sure.
January 24th, 2023, 8:42:16 seconds AM. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going?
And you know what? If it's the same date, rather than taking the time, just go right down and read the messages. That would. 'cause we know
Received,
it's
sir.
the time frame.
The date is the same for all the messages. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going? Lindsay to Patrick, good. Lindsay to Patrick, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, phew. Patrick to Lindsay, good, with a smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, no message content. Patrick to Lindsay, oh wow. Patrick to Lindsay, you're a good mama. Lindsay to Patrick, smiley face with hearts. Lindsay to Patrick, blank. Patrick to Lindsay, laughed at an image. Lindsay to Patrick, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V, period, period, period. I didn't cook anything, period, period, period. It's been a long day. Smiley face. Patrick to Lindsay, yeah, smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, okie dokie, smiley face.
Okay. I'd offer that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these text messages are already in evidence as Exhibit 23.
This.
I'll allow that. Come on.
Finally, District Attorney spent some time asking you about modifications to a photograph, and I think it was of the little baby. Does that, you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean? Does that mean that someone, or Lindsay or someone on her phone, changed the photograph of the little baby? Is that what that means?
It means that the photo was edited in some fashion.
So that could be like coloring?
It could be a variety of things.
Like what?
As I indicated in my earlier testimony, it could be that someone took a live photo, and instead of having it be a live photo, which is a multiple burst of images, they took it down to just a single photo.
Anything else that can be modified?
Multiple things, but from the extraction, it's the only thing I was able to determine.
So you weren't involved in the search of the Clancy house on the 24th, 25th, right?
No, sir.
Were you aware that there are photographs of the kids hanging in virtually every room, kitchen, living room, bedrooms? Did you know that? As an investigator on this case?
Sir, I was not involved in the search.
You know that there were dozens and dozens of photograph albums, little babies, all over the house. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth redirect.
All of the exhibits that defense counsel just put in about the searches for psychosis or certain drugs, are those all available in the disc Exhibit 236, in some of those reports where you can search the word and all of those mentions will come up?
Yes.
Sir, on Exhibit 258. Thank you. The search is about psychosis. Some of those searches were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the person using the phone, looking it up, was looking up to find out what the symptoms of someone would be experiencing if they had psychosis, correct?
It's a keyword search for psychosis symptoms.
You were asked some questions about the chats between Lindsay and her mother in Exhibit 238, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a text message from her mother to Lindsay on January 19th, 2023, which states, "I'll bring it Saturday. Never know what treasures I'll find in the attic," correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Seeming to indicate that her mother is going to visit her that Saturday, correct? From the text message content.
It's an inference.
There's also a text message from Lindsay's mother to Lindsay on January 22nd, which would have, 2023, which would have been the Sunday after the Saturday visit, in which her mother says, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better."
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Reddington?
Just very briefly, kind of like a housekeeping thing, if I could, Judge. I'm approaching you with a number of text messages. Would you agree with me? Again, this came up on Lindsay's phone, and it would be text messages between Patrick Clancy and Lindsay. Kind of flip through them all, but trust me, one of the others.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then finally, I'm handing you again extractions from Lindsay's phone that you can flip through them if you wish, would be between Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It said Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I'd offer these to you, Your Honor.
Objection.
If I can see counsel sidebar.
by K-Shred. Says backpacks, bows, lies, oh my. Jennifer Preston gifted 5 memberships because she's amazing. Christine Mitchell, thanks. I've been watching along.
We're going to head over and listen to Mel a little bit more while they're on their little break. During the lunch break, I got to go out and do some things. I got to walk down to the mailbox. So I'm going to stop stream. Well, I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm going to do, but I won't be at my desk.
I'd still love to see Crash Daddy from the Karen Reed trial on the stand. Caroline says, new Commonwealth theory, Pat returns to save her and the kids. I don't know. Kristen says, dear God, make me a bird so I can fly.
Are they trying to throw out this new theory that old Pat is the savior? I mean, they've already not, ran through his story whatsoever. So why not? Why not, like, mid-trial, switch our tactics and say that Pat was the savior? Pat wasn't the voice that she heard in her head. All these lies that we're catching Pat in, I'm not even going to call him Patrick anymore. He's a Pat.
Far, far away from these ADAs. Kathleen says, I wonder if panic or worry about being alone too long would have triggered the psychosis. That's an interesting point. We're still waiting. They're coming back from the morning break. We were told that
this is pre-recorded. This was her in the morning. They are currently on a break right now on a sidebar, but they're probably, oh wait, did they go to their lunch break? Hold on. Let me see what he said just before they walked off.
And Lindsay. Kind of flip through them all. Trust me, one of the others.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then finally, I'm handing you again extractions from Lindsay's phone that you can flip through them if you wish. Would be between Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It said Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Cut off of these two.
Wait.
If I can see counsel sidebar.
Okay, so the judge just asked to see counsel in sidebar. I wonder if they're going to end for the day. But I had a feeling they were. Yesterday, Lindsay wasn't going to come back, and she came back, but she barely came back. Okay, let's go back over to Mel.
it's going to be a short day today. So I don't know if they're going to take lunch or if they're going to power through lunch. I'm not sure. And then there's no court tomorrow. Carol, thank you for your Venmo. Been here with you since Karen Reed. Fangirl here. Oh, that's sweet. Alberta says, thanks for your compassion and empathy during this incredibly important case regarding PPP and PPD. There needs to be serious examination into hormone depletion along with medications to treat the imbalance, in my opinion. Johnny D, thank you for your Cash App. This was from yesterday, actually. I forgot to thank you publicly. See Dr. Resnick YouTube about taking your own life and malpractice. I couldn't. You sent me that message, but I couldn't find that on the Tubes EU. Massachusetts makes excellent movie scripts, says Catherine Smith. B. May says, I assert that if she wanted to make sure she had enough time, she would have sent him to a CVS that didn't have Miralax or Pedialyte first. Well done. I like the way you're thinking. T with Mama T said, it's the thought of having to figure out what she wanted to eat that broke the camel's back. LOL.
Well, and it's not only that he went away the weekend before. He went away the weekend before. If she was truly planning this, she would have done it that weekend. She wouldn't have waited till he was gone for 15 minutes or 9 minutes or the short amount of time he was gone. And We've talked about it. His DNA is on everything. Her DNA is not even on the knife she used to, or the sharp object she used to harm herself. Everybody's DNA is on the exercise bands. Somehow she magically spoke to him, but didn't speak to anybody else till after she had multiple surgeries, couldn't speak to anybody else. He changed his shoes. He went away for the weekend to New York just before this happened. Now he's married to some woman in New York, has a new family. I mean, the motive for her to get money, I mean, he's the one that's going to get the money. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's getting more and more and more every day.
New York mom, when prosecuting a case, do lawyers typically change course if they see the jury's asleep or irritated or annoyed? Yes, we've seen that in some other trials before where defendants have chosen not to put on a case because they wanted to get out of there faster. They have shifted theories. Even prosecutors will, cut down on witnesses because they just don't want to lose the jury. We have seen it. Great question.
I think they've lost the jury already.
Sandra says, so the photo questions were to maybe insinuate that Lindsay cropped the kids out, but there's no proof.
I think they lost the jury yesterday when the jury was crying right along with Lindsay as she was sobbing. And the prosecutor looked over there and went, whoa, think we lost them.
Way to go, Commonwealth. Yeah, I don't know what that was about. Oh my goodness. Fire pilot's wife gifting 50 memberships? What? Thank you so much. This was just moments ago. And to the 50 new members that were gifted, welcome. You're amazingly generous. That's incredibly generous. Thank you so much. $50 memberships, 50 new members.
Oh, I'm not even subscribed.
Yeah, did she edit the lighting? Do you ever hit your photos and then hit the automatic button to make them automatically look better with lighting and contrast and make them less blurry and everything else?
I always use the edit button everybody does. Everybody does.
Anybody?
I don't know what this prosecutor is going for. I think she's just throwing shit at the wall.
You do that? Is it just me? If you get
wearing frickin' bows.
Live photos, which I know to do, because then you can pick the one frame that you like the best. My kids taught me how to do this on Instagram. I mean, for their Instagram pictures, like pushing the button 400 times. Does that mean, what does it mean? What are they trying to say? I don't know. It was the day before the murders. I don't know what they're trying to say exactly. El Camino. So are her mental issues under control now? Have they figured out her meds now? I don't know. Once you have a psychotic break, are you more likely to get it again? I don't know.
It's been mentioned that they can't leave her alone in the courtroom because they're fearful she will harm herself. So I don't think they're under control.
After a certain period of time, do your hormones settle down postpartum? And
I think she's better. And I think it wasn't just postpartum that she had. I think there is some bipolar or some other condition. And certainly there is now after everything she's been through.
And you're less likely for it to recur. Is a person who has pre-existing depression or has had episodes of severe depression in the past more likely to get postpartum depression or psychosis after a pregnancy? Are they more predisposed to it? I have a lot of questions that only the experts can answer, and I hope they ask them. Jacqueline says, I'd like to thank my husband for currently picking up the slack. Agoraphobia for 1 year, trying new meds and scared. Couldn't manage without him. Thank you. Jacqueline's husband, you're amazing. All right, the camera's shaking. JCL Hudson says, there's a lot of bad pharma, but my psych saved my life by prescribing meds. Yeah, true. There's a lot of bad pharma, and for some people, it will not agree with them. And for other people, it's life-saving. Absolutely. Thank you for.
Well, I mean, it all depends on the illness, how long it lasted, if you treated the root cause, and how do you treat the root cause? that you feel, whether, I don't know if she did it or didn't do it, that you unalived your children, if that's the root cause, then yeah, you're more likely to have it again. But if you treat the root cause, then you're less, then you're it's like you're treating your body. Like if you treat the root cause of the reason that your body broke down, then your body gets healthy. But it always will have that little, tear. So if you're not continuing to treat ongoing treatment of, because mental health is an ongoing thing. You don't just get mentally well one day and you're like, well, done deal, I'm cured. It just doesn't happen that way. But in our day and age, in our society, our food that we're eating, our way of life, not getting outside, what they're doing to outside, everything's affecting us now.
Reminding us of that. We are the lucky ones. Let's cut to the chase, ADA. Let it rest. Thank you. We got to, everyone, please hit the like button. It really helps the algorithm. It just takes a second out of your time. It's kind of like wiping your feet on the mat when you come into somebody's house. It is the nice thing to do. It's free. And I promise nobody will get your DNA. And even if they did, the MSP wouldn't know what to do with it. My dog loves blueberries. Thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Scooter says, remember Alan Jackson was told you can't have a conversation in 22 seconds. So how does that work for 14 seconds? My dog loves blueberries says, you're right, Melanie. I could gift memberships for my laptop. Thanks for your continued great coverage. Thank you. I don't know. It's a weird iPhone thing. Thank you, Mrs. Bouquet, for your DoorDash money. Allison says, whole case against Lindsay is built on flimsy inferences, not based on circumstantial evidence. Conviction via 1,000 flimsy insinuations.
So over on TikTok, you're just looking at a light right now because they won't let me have a background. I didn't do my hair or anything, so I'm not really on camera. I'm not even on camera over on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, but I am able to show my screen over there. I have to go live one more time before they let me throw something up in the background. So got my little light going over on there and over on TikTok, and we're listening to a lawyer by the name of attorney Melanie Little, and she's going over the case. Right now, they are on a break. They have said that there's no court tomorrow and that they wouldn't go very long today. So I'm thinking they're going to come back and say they're letting the jury go for the day, but we're just waiting to see.
Take on pyramiding inferences or stacking speculation.
If you guys could be sure to, throw up those hearts, that love, share on the platform you're at. I'm getting moderated heavily because of the content, because of the exit plan of life content. So I'm getting heavily moderated and I'm not getting pushed out into the algorithm. So if you could help a little content creator out, I would really, really appreciate it.
When you ain't got nothing and this is all you got, this is all you have. And so you try to make something out of nothing, in my opinion. But I think a lot of this stuff could be interpreted both ways. And a lot of this stuff, as you could see from the first witness who testified today about the methods of suicide.
I get paid from YouTube in a week and my mic broke. So TikTok, I'm sorry of the audio too. I'm so happy you're here. I apologize for everything in advance, but I am going to get a mic. The little money that I make on these socials, I use, for rent, for electric, for food, for little incidentals. And I have to wait until I get paid before I can move forward in life.
Hyperlink that they had him only investigate on July 26th. They were wrong initially when they told everyone that she was searching ways to kill. And that is
morning, Kimmy. Good to see you.
Is what the trolls are going with. And that's what a lot of the media went with. And a lot of commentators who didn't know anything about the case. But she searched ways to kill.
I saw over on YouTube or Facebook, Vinnie Politan threw up a post and he's like, I have to say that we're all shocked about this. We don't understand the way that the socials and the interwebs are going. Could you explain to me why you think Patrick is innocent? So I threw up everything.
If for those that missed, we did go over the reasons why we think Patrick is guilty. Let me show you the reasons we believe. And this is just all my opinion for entertainment and educational purposes only. Everything that we view and share, I do put over in the YouTube show notes. We do this to cite our sources and for fair play use.
Lindsay Clancy is not guilty. Before you can find her guilty, the prosecutor has to answer these questions. Number one, what's the motive? The police will tell you that in a murder case, there's only so many motives. Number one is money. Well, she's not going to get any money if she's sitting in prison. The other one is starting a new life. Well, she does not have.
But who is going to get money? Because we know that the lawsuits are happening. So who's going to get the money? I'll give you a quick second. Old Pat's the one that's going to get the money.
New fiance. She does not have a new life. Her life is shattered. The other motive is a psychiatric break. And does a psychiatric break, postpartum psychosis, explain what happened in this case? Why would she try and kill herself 4 different ways? Why is there no DNA evidence on the knife? Why would a medically trained nurse take pills with lemonade that counteract the effects of the pills? Why is she cutting her wrist the wrong way if she's a nurse? These are questions that the prosecutor has to answer and cannot. Why are there no fingerprints on the exercise bands in this case? Why, if she jumped out the window, was her body temperature 82 degrees? Because the medical experts are going to tell you if she was only out there 15 minutes, her body temperature should have been much, much higher. The other problem the prosecutor has is their timeline. Sadly, the baby was revived but could not be saved. But because of that, does the prosecutor have the timeline correct? And because of that, let's look at some of the other evidence. Why was the watch taken off and put in a drawer? Why did the police not look at that evidence and gather that watch and look at it? Why did Patrick Clancy change his shoes? If the prosecutor cannot answer these questions, that's reasonable doubt. And Lindsay Clancy is not.
Clancy will be found not guilty by the jurors. Let me explain why. Before any courtroom could find her guilty, the prosecutor has to prove and answer these questions. What was the motive? Why would she want her 3 children dead and try to kill herself? Police will tell you that the number one motive in homicide cases is money. Was Lindsay the one who got a bunch of money from the deaths of her children, or was it her partner? Lindsay could not get any funds if she's doing life in prison. So that motive is out of the window. The second most common motive is starting a new life. Think Chris Watts. It would make sense if she had been seeing someone that was out of state, and then after the deaths of the children, she moved away, got married, got pregnant by that person, and started a new life. That would make sense. But Lindsay's not the one who did that. The third motive could be a psychotic break. But could postpartum psychosis really explain what happened in this case? It explained the unnormal timeline. Prosecutors will have to answer questions like this. Why did a nurse try to ill herself 4 different ways? If she is a medically trained nurse, she knew exactly what she needed to do to get it done in the one try. But she didn't. She tried 4 different ways. And her DNA was not even on the knife of one of the ways that she tried to kill herself. And that brings me to all the evidence that they gathered from the house. Why was Lindsay's DNA only on a portion of it? Why did they not gather the Apple Watch from the house that night? Do you know what they're using for Lindsay's confession? Everyone's saying, oh, she's admitting doing it, blah, 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 blah. Lindsay calls Patrick twice when she's in the hospital after she wakes up. There is a psychiatrist there. The psychiatrist lets Lindsay use the phone. The first call, Patrick does not pick up. The second call on the phone, she tells Patrick, according to Patrick, the psychiatrist did not hear this phone call, and they did not pull the recordings from this phone call. This is all based on what Patrick said. He said that she said on the phone that she heard a man's voice tell her to do it, that it was her last chance to do it. From that day on, everyone has said that Lindsay confessed. Back to the knife, why did she cut herself the wrong way? A medically trained nurse cut herself the wrong way when her intentions was to unalive herself. Why would a medically trained nurse put medication in a lemonade knowing the citrus counteracts with the medication? The one thing we can all agree on is that the timeline Patrick has laid out does not make sense. The prosecutors listened to Patrick and ran with it. And the timeline is something that the prosecutors are going to have to prove is rock solid. And the prosecution is trying to say that she was not in psychosis, that she did this deliberately. What was the motive? You have no motive. The timeline doesn't make sense. You have no motive. That creates reasonable doubt. The prosecution can point to planning all day long, but it does not point to why. It does not tell us why she did it.
When the devil wants to dance with you, you better say.
So I'm just not buying Patrick. I don't buy his story. I've sat here and we've caught him in lie after lie. These aren't even all the lies we've caught Patrick in. So I got a real issue with old Pat. Let's see if they're back yet. No, they're not back. Oh, wait, they are. No, they're not. Wait, they did come back. Hold on.
It's UND for identification.
Right. So that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right. Attorney Sprague, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right. So members of the jury, it's 1 o'clock, so 1:01, so they'll hold that against me. So we're gonna take the afternoon recess at this point. I'm gonna ask you to be ready to come back 2 o'clock and go with the next witness. My instructions are the same. During the break, don't talk about this case, don't do any research, don't read anything, don't listen to anything. And then see you back here about 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Jurors, kindly close the notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
Okay. So I need to walk down to the mailbox.
Before we break, Judge, I apologize. When I introduced the records from social health, actually I put in a cover page and the wrong page that does not reference the actual medical record that I had. So do you have any objection to the substitute status? It's the appointment.
Right. So I'm sorry, I just missed the part where you said it's different than what you submitted.
Yeah, what I submitted is just like a cover letter and some other things. I thought I submitted the medical record.
Oh, no objection.
So you want to substitute those?
Yeah, sure.
Is it from this new batch?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
That was from yesterday.
My screen is froze. Hold on 1 second, you guys. I'm going to have to leave my thing and come back. I'm froze. I'll be right back. Okay, I got froze there. Sorry about that. So what I'm going to do on this break is I'm going to put up the opening statements. Somebody, I think it was Carolina, said that the prosecutor cooked herself with that statement. So I thought that would be something interesting too. But I thought I pulled it up. Hold on, let me see. Where do I have it? I thought it would be interesting to watch on the break. Also, TikTok disconnected me for inactivity. Okay, here it is. Let me share my screen. I got to walk down to the mailbox, so I'm going to be away from my desk for just a hot second. Guys, be sure to give this live a thumbs up for me. Helps me go out into the algorithm. Love you guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit. I guess they're not taking a break, or they're not. This isn't the end of the day. They're just doing lunch, and they'll be back probably like in a half hour or so, because they went to break at 1 and it's 1:23.
This court's now in session. Be seated.
All right, all right. Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Sharon Hutton.
All right, counsel, good morning. Ms. Clancy, good morning. I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at sidebar just briefly? Yeah.
All right.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw an end to your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before today, we have the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thanks. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, that's the technology that we have here. I apologize. Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able to follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar according to your evidence, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to these indictments. On docket number 2383 CR00198, offense 001 on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Cora Clancy, intend to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Cora Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR00198, offense 002, on the charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Dawson Clancy with intent to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Dawson Clancy. On docket number 2383 CR001, offense 003, charge of murder, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Lindsay M. Clancy of Duxbury, Plymouth, on or about January 24, 2023, at Duxbury in the county of Plymouth, did assault and beat Callum Clancy, intend to murder him, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder the said Callum Clancy. To these indictments, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places herself upon the country. Which country you are. You were sworn to try the issues. If she is guilty, you shall say so. If she is not guilty, you shall say so and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right? And all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it. And then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right. So first, as you know, this is a criminal case. And the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. All right. Now, you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged. Now, in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which he's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which he's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, lacks a substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you'll know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. So that as soon as I'm done giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth. And after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all. Because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, at least to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. It's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of the how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios. And in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And the view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later, but a view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right. And then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions. And really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial and apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right? And I'll explain what the law is in much, believe me, much more detail at the end of this trial. Okay. Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in this trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried in a way that's orderly, fair, and efficient. It's also my function to decide on questions of law that might come up during the trial. And as I said, to instruct you what the law is that you have to apply. And it's your duty as jurors to accept the law, as I stated to you. All right. Well, what's your function? Well, your function is to determine the facts in this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone will determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You are going to have to consider and weigh the testimony of each and all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and what extent to which you do believe that witness. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that might arise during the course of the trial, and it's your duty to determine where the truth lies. All right, that's your function. Now, you should, I want to comment, I'm going to sometimes be making rulings on objections and evidence issues. I'm going to be talking to the attorneys and talking sometimes to witnesses. Don't try to read into what I'm doing. In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right. So if you think you are, you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right. I have no opinion. Also, during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting. All right. Don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job. All right. And generally, the objections go towards the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed. And that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what will happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. It may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. And a lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, just means I disagree with the objection. And the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right. So that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at sidebar. When I say sidebar at this point, that's going to be over here. All right. In this courtroom, this is the sidebar. And so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right. So we do that over here. It can be annoying. I know that. But we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom, because you've now seen you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we're doing them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a sidebar conference, if anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, you have bad back, those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while, by all means do that. But when we're over here at sidebar, don't discuss with any of the other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here. Right? So you just want to stretch, you can. Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any of your concerns or any issues. Now, until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted to you. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything. But as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right, we're going to allow you as the case goes forward to take notes. All right, and so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just, it's up to you. That's your option. All right. You should know that those notes are your notes. By that, I mean, we can't let you take them home, But at the end of each day, they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations. 2, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case, with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. 3, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable. All right. And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right. My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right. Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. We've got, as I said before, we've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict. All right. You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips. All right. As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on in the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time you're going to be allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2, and we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day. All right, and we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right. Something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right. As the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right. And we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right. So that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promise you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. if you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Come on. Ms. Buckingham, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old. Always smiling, with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you will be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text of Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he was working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout 3V, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they're dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from this so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do. Your Honor, I might use the easel, may it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to? Yes. You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family. Coming to court, listening to a trial, certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, it goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government then. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, experiences, take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what is told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence. But I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You're going to hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily, you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married, bought a nice house. And, you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room. There are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you'll be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have two young people that were living this life, that were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom. But he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point to different aspects of a case to show guilt, that show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times you heard she faked the suicide? Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches, you'll hear stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement. And that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Big suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing, you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. The knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying because kids. You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine. shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence, is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. Well, paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. At Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room with the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to the South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest and will suggest that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital. You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, the CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. I saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is where's my family? And then she told her about what happened and told her about the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the open, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She'd only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky, as time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft and was spun out of control. Well, because you didn't hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them. We're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life, but dedicated her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mom. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And people can say, well, the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science, and they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazam, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down in Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Jolada. Now, Nurse Jolada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Jolada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Jolada. They have an appointment with Nurse Jolada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Jolada, you'll hear evidence. Do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, impossible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Jolada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Jolada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th, December 6th, diazepam 5, December 7th, diazepam, December 7th, quietapine, December 9th, diazepam 5, December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Jolada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Jolada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk. And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day, one day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on a trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living in a nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Jolada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Jolada to find out.
Where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the homicide and major crime section.
And could you tell us within that unit what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the district attorney's office, the state police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
What is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that approximately?
About 6:45 p.m.
PM? And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
And where in Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case officer for this case?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house. It was probably, I think, around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it was my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you go into the bedroom and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes, just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be admitted.
164.
And if we could play the portion of the video for the master bedroom.
back there. And we're not alleging that that's inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. Clearly, the staff here, the security staff, has followed all appropriate protocols, but we are aware that Dr. Zeisel has been back there. We witnessed a priest being allowed back there the other day. And we are advised that these visitors are kept as a log when they come, when they exit, what days, what times. And the Commonwealth is alleging that that's information that might be necessary for us to effectively cross-examine some of the defense witnesses that are going to be presented. Certainly with Dr. Zeisel, it could pose as a potential bias that he's there, that he's back there. He's being presented as an expert witness on the concept of criminal responsibility, and there are certain ethical rules that forensic psychiatrists and psychologists follow that he might be subject to cross-examination about, and this, and the nature of his relationship with the defendant, could be an area fraught for cross-examination. Because the court records are not, these court records, I would suggest, are not in the care, custody, and control of the Commonwealth. Procedurally, we have filed the motion as a Rule 17 motion asking for access to the records just for this defendant during the course of the trial.
I mean, you're not looking for the name of the priest who went back there, are you?
Father Bob.
What, I mean, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out what the scope of this is. I understand the request for Dr. Zeisel's amount of visits, because he's slated to possibly be a witness. So I understand that how that might be relevant.
Right.
The priest,
well,
I'm struggling with.
At this point, Your Honor, we haven't been furnished with exactly who defense is going to be calling as witnesses in their case. We have an idea from a witness list that was filed that keeps evolving as the trial progresses. So we don't know, for instance, if that person for some reason has a relationship to the defendant and he wishes to call her for some, or call him for some reason. So with the exception of, again, the nurses, we don't necessarily need their information. We know the purpose for why they're there and that they don't have a role in this case. But anyone else who has been permitted back there that is outside the medical staff, I would suggest the Commonwealth is entitled to at least know, and whether we are able to use that information if it becomes more apparent when the defense was underway with their case, that would come to, that we'd have to wait and see if that's the case. But certainly the fact that counsel has announced Dr. Zeisel as a testifying witness, that's information we believe we're entitled to.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
So first of all, here's the list. If they want the list, we don't need a Rule 17 and a court order. They can just go over from there to there and get the list and see who's been going in and out to see Lindsay. I don't have a problem with that by no means whatsoever. Father Bob is a Roman Catholic priest who baptized these kids, who is very, very close to Lindsay. Not in a religious sense. They just like each other. She went to Mass sporadically. She's not a devout Catholic. She's a Catholic. She has a relationship with the Father. I haven't even talked to the guy since last week. First time I ever met him. Shook his hand. Nice man. After that debacle yesterday that we went through with the public.
Let's stay focused on.
I am staying focused.
Well,
this is what I'm dealing with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save you. I'm not ordering the name or address of anyone other than Dr. Zeisel.
Can I call him as a witness right now?
Who?
Tell you what his involvement is with going
No,
back?
no, I'm gonna allow that so the Commonwealth can take a look at that record. Nobody else though. And then at some point, if the doctor is called, we may need if we have to address that, we can address it. So I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to have the information regarding Dr. Zeisel, and that's it though. Anyone else who went back there has been admitted pursuant to the appropriate rules of the security department in this case. Especially, I'm not ordering the name, address, or frequency of this Roman Catholic priest. I'm just not going to do it based on the record that I have now. If for some reason he's called as a witness, which I haven't seen that, I haven't seen an expectation even regards that. If that comes up, then the Commonwealth can renew this and I may reevaluate. But right now, the Commonwealth's motion regarding security logs is allowed as to Dr. Paul Zeisel only. All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday? Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rankin.
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I've been trying to get my meds. I screamed at the mail lady. I think she's really trying to take my medication, and I'm not happy about it. But also, I'm not happy that I yelled at her either. This isn't the first time that I went down to the mailbox and my meds weren't there. And then suddenly she produced them when I questioned her on them. And this time it got even worse, where she absolutely said she didn't have them. And I walked away, and I'm so frustrated with this trial and with everything. I just stumped, I was a good distance down the road, probably 20 feet down the road. I stomped my feet and I just screamed into the air because I'm just so frustrated. These meds are late. I struggle. They're late every month. And this time they're the latest they've ever been, almost a full month late. And I was just really looking forward to not having pain today. And so she didn't have them, and I screamed, and I was walking down the road and I stomped my foot, right? And then I did it one more time when I got to my door, and I slammed it. And then 4 minutes later, I hear this little, and I open it, and there she is. What do you know? There's my meds. That's weird. That's weird. And I said, I was angry. I wish I hadn't said this. This is the part that I regret. I said, I think you're trying to take my medication. Don't do that. And I grabbed the meds. Well, I didn't grab them, but I took them out of her hand and I slammed my door. She had her little thing out. She wanted me to sign. I didn't sign. God. So I wish I wasn't so dramatic. And I wish that I didn't jump to the conclusion. And I wish that I hadn't yelled, but I still kind of feel she was trying to take my meds. So, let's see what this, I didn't hear what he said. Are they done for the day?
I haven't even talked to the guy since last
I
week.
haven't been listening to this either because I've been doing this.
First time I ever met him. Shook his hand. Nice man. After that debacle yesterday that we went through with the public.
Let's stay focused on.
I am staying focused.
Well,
this is what I'm
I
dealing
don't,
with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save you. I'm not ordering
What?
the name or address of anyone other than Dr. Zeisel.
Can I call him as a witness right now?
Who?
Tell you what his involvement is with going
No,
back?
no, well, I'm gonna allow that so the Commonwealth can take a look at that record. Nobody else though. And then at some point, if the doctor is called, we may need if we have to address that, we can address it.
Get him, Big
So I'm gonna
Red.
allow the Commonwealth to have the information regarding Dr. Zeisel, and that's it though.
Bo.
Anyone else who went back there has been admitted pursuant to the appropriate rules of the security department in this case. Especially, I'm not ordering the name, address, or frequency of this Roman Catholic priest. I'm just not going to do it based on the record that I have now. If for some reason he's called as a witness, which I haven't seen that, I haven't seen an expectation even regards that. If that comes up, then the Commonwealth can renew this and I may reevaluate. But right now, the Commonwealth's motion regarding security logs is allowed as to Dr. Paul Zeisel only. All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday? Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rankin.
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Thank
Okay,
you.
so they are done for the day. Yeah. So I'm sorry, guys. I just thought I'd like pop down to the. I thought I'd just like bop down to the post office, the post box, but didn't work out for me today. But she did have them all of a sudden. So what do you guys think? Do you think that's like a weird, twice in a row? Yeah, the 2 time. And also I spoke to a friend about it and she pointed out like, because there was more conversation that I had to her in the truck. And the thing that I'm mad about myself is that I yelled. I'm so bummed that I yelled. I'm trying not to yell because my family, I come from a family of yellers and we yell when we're mad, and you always lose the argument when you yell. I know that. I can win arguments fine. I have a great mind, but then I start freaking yelling and then I feel less than, I feel guilty. I feel like all these feelings about yelling. But yeah, it was the second time. And if it hadn't been this, if this had been the first time, because that's the reason I went down to the thing. I was waiting for her to go by because she did it that one time, and I got this little weird feeling in my stomach, and I just wanted to be down there when she put them in the box. And I thought, I waited like a few minutes. I saw it because I mean, I'm like a city block away from the boxes, so I could, but it's a straight shot. I can see. So I see she's down there and I see she's putting them in. So I'm walking down there. I didn't even take my bike. I was going to take my bike to get there faster, but I didn't even do that. So I'm riding down there and I see her, and I'm always really nice to her too. And because I'm really happy when people in the service industry just literally show up to their job so that, my life can go on. I'm grateful. And so she's like, "Hey, how are you, Mama?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm really good." I said, "Oh, well, other than I'm having a lot of pain and my meds are here, but I mean, they're here and I'm really excited." And I open up my box and I'm going through it and I'm like, "They're not here. Did you not put them in yet?" And she's like, "Oh, and I know she had already done mine, and she had this bag in her thing, and she's like, 'Is this it?' And I didn't bring my glasses. I can't see shit." And she puts it up to my face. I'm like, "No, that's not it." She's like, "Well, I know you get it every month." Well, lady, if you know I get my meds every month, you know that they come in the same freaking mail package every month. But anyway, second thought, 2020. So I say to her, "Well, how will I get them?" She's like, "They're not here." And I'm like, "Well, how will I get them?" I didn't bring my phone either because I just thought I was going to put the key in the box and get it. But on my phone, it said they were being delivered today. I'm like, "How will I get them?" And she's like, "Well, they're not here." And I'm like, "I know they're not here. How will I get them? When? Like, what's the plan here?" And she's like, "Well, they could be on another truck." I'm like, "Well, what does that mean?" And I said, when will I get them?" She's like, "I don't know. Maybe tomorrow." So I was like, this isn't right. This is not right. And I threw my hands up and I walked away. I walked about 10 feet. I stomped my foot. My face was not facing her. I stomped my foot on the ground and I screamed. I think the Lindsay Clancy trial. This is like just scratching my wounds, and I'm a little agitated, and my meds aren't here, and so I screamed, and then I walked into my house, and just before I went in, I let out another scream, and I slammed my door, and then like 4 minutes later, a knockety knock knock knock, they magically appeared. So she either wasn't trying to take them, but was being lazy and wasn't going to look in her truck for my package, or she was trying to take them. It's one of the two, but I feel guilty because I've suffered my own DV, and so I feel guilty about my emotions. Oh, but they're here, guys, and that's the story. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think I should? I don't know. I'm not going to ask you to justify my yelling because that's bullshit. But would you have jumped to those conclusions? Am I out of pocket? Twice in a row, you had every right to be upset with your mail lady. I just never want to accuse somebody if they're not doing it, but just seem weird. Okay. Anyway, and she looked totally shocked, but I would be shocked too if someone said that to me, even if I had done it. So anyway, that's what happened. That's my personal thing. Today, it looks like I don't know what happened this afternoon because I was out fussing with the mail lady. So I'll have to rewatch today's trial. It didn't look like it went very long. Let me look. It didn't look like they went very long at all.
Homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
Okay, so guys, what I think I do want to do is, because I missed this and I don't want to miss it, so I'm just going to hang out with you for a few more minutes and watch this and just kind of like relax. Forgive myself for yelling. I just really hate when I yell. I'm a yeller. And let's see what's going on. Who's that? I heard her family supports her and they're sitting on her side. And she had her mom in her phone book as mommy. I used to call my mom mama.
All right. Jury's answer.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
I'm gonna take my bra off too. Don't need that anymore.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, members of the jury. We're going to now return to the Commonwealth's presentation. Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Joshua McGilligan.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right here? Will you write up the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not be outcome between Commonwealth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Jury Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshua McKelligan, McKelligan.
Where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police
How long have you been with the state police?
since December 2013.
In January of 2023, where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the homicide and major crime section.
And could you tell us within that unit what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the district attorney's office, the state police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
What is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that approximately?
About 6:45 p.m.
PM? And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
And where in Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case officer for this case?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house. It was probably, I think, around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it's my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you go into the bedroom and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes, just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be admitted.
164.
And if we could play the portion of the video for the master bedroom.
We're just looking at blood here. Oh. So is it showing what they think it's showing? Because they were trying to act like her cuts were all superficial, but this doesn't look so superficial. I don't think the prosecutor is doing what the prosecutor thinks it's doing, but also, I don't know, people are weird. I don't know. I don't know what the jury's going to do. Oh, that's the window she chose. She pulled out the bed. Did she pull out the bed to jump behind it? Jump out the window? I gotta start taking more collagen. I think my legs are aching because I'm down on my collagen.
Thank you. Sir, when you went into the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls?
Yes.
Did you also go outside into the backyard and look at the exterior of the home?
Yes.
We could have the photos, please. If we could zoom in on the top window. Does this photo show the condition of the upstairs window, the second floor window that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And the screen there in the video, is that how it was when you saw it that night?
Yes.
Pushed up?
Yes.
I've always wanted a house with those shaker tiles on them. Off topic. Or wait, is that brick? I've always wanted a house with those cedar tiles on them. That's an A-frame.
Actually, we can go back. Yes, so the first one and zoom in the middle there between the two windows. And these areas of red-brown stains on the exterior of the house, did you observe those that night on in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And then the third photo, please. We could zoom in on in there. Would this be, this third photo, would this be the first floor window below the master bedroom window?
Yes.
And these red-brown stains on the shingles and then on the window ledge there, were those there in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Could we have these three photos marked as the next exhibit on the disc?
Any objection? They may be admitted.
Exhibit 265.
Now, as the investigation proceeded, did you learn, or did other officers learn from Patrick Clancy that the defendant was on some psychiatric medication?
Yes.
And was that information relayed to you in terms of preparing the search warrant?
Yes.
And is that why you included prescription medication in the search warrant?
Yes.
At that point in time,
Did she say Patrick was on some medications? Which I don't think she did, but that made me think, was Patrick taking any medications?
did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill
They do.
bottles to the state police and turn them over?
Yes, he did.
And where did he say those were from?
In the center console of his truck, not the top section, the section underneath it.
Did he tell you at some point that pills had been found in the nightstand drawer?
Yes, he did.
And that was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did he tell you who he found those with?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
His attorney?
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
Objection. I believe it was me, and I'm not his attorney.
But that's what, why don't you re-ask that, what it was that Patrick Clancy said?
What was it that Patrick Clancy said? Did he give you a name or just say my attorney?
He said Kevin Reddington.
Is that weird that the judge is telling her how to phrase the question?
And did he tell you why he gave the pills to Attorney Reddington instead of giving them to you like he gave the other pills?
No, he did not.
He never attempted to turn those pills into the state police or those bottles into the state police. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you learn that the Clancy family had gone to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And was a video obtained?
Yes.
Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Did you observe the family, including the defendant, interacting with each other and the defendant specifically interacting with the children and exhibits at the museum?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Exhibit 14, I'd asked to play just a small portion of that. That has not been played previously.
All right.
We could pause here for just a moment. Do you see the Clancy family in this video footage?
Yes.
And if you could just get up and point to them with the court permission.
Sure.
Okay. And we could press play. And at this point in time in the video, are we seeing Patrick Clancy take Dawson Clancy out of that room, leaving Lindsay Clancy with Callan and Cora?
Yes.
What are they doing? That looks like fun. For kids. For a
Is that
friend. I'm
Cora
saying
there
for
in
a
the red
friend.
skirt?
But what are they
Yes.
doing?
Now,
I
at
like
this
to go
point
to
in the video,
artsy
at
and
approximately 11:58
science centers and stuff like that. I love
in
this
30
kind of stuff.
seconds. What is happening in the video footage now?
Corey's beginning to play with the exhibit. Patrick's standing off by himself. Lindsay Clancy is with Callan, and Dawson is watching.
Could you just point out where Patrick and Dawson are? For the record, you've pointed to Patrick towards the top of the screen.
Is this
and
what they were
Dawson near
doing
the
before
entrance to
the
exhibit.
weekend?
Yes.
Like just before
Yes.
this happened? Why are we seeing this?
And throughout this video, in this portion of the video, can the defendant be seen instructing the children?
Are we
pointing-
seeing this to show that she was happy again? Because that's what mental health is. It's a freaking roller coaster. I just had a mental health breakdown outside with my mail lady, and I'm regulating myself. Ugh. This case, I think, is scratching a lot of women's wounds for a lot of women.
to them, showing them how to work the exhibit and operating some type of control panel?
Yes.
It looks like a fun place.
Which one is Lindsay
And
over
at some
here?
point,
Is
there's
that
the
Lindsay?
switch, and the defendant
Lindsay right
helps
here?
Dawson with the same exhibit.
I know
Yes.
this is Pat. Oh,
And
is
that
this
goes on
Lindsay?
for several minutes.
She's not
Yes, I
really
believe so.
moving.
And showing, I think we've gone forward.
Okay, so
to,
there's Lindsay and that's Patrick.
approximately
Sorry, I've
noon
been looking over
in
here.
the video timer.
I wonder what you do with that game. Stay in the circle? Oh. This is a hard case. My heart breaks for Lindsay and the kids. And I'm trying not to not hate on Patrick. Oh, he's like, no, I don't think I can do that. Look at that little tutu she has on. Oh, he keeps running to his mom.
Excuse me.
Why did we see that? What was the purpose of this? I guess I'm not connecting the dots.
Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with?
Again, this prosecutor, I didn't connect the dots. There she is being a good mom. Like, what are we watching? Why are we seeing this?
But I'm not getting it.
The medical examiner in this case.
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked?
Objection. Counsel sidebar.
Okay, so then they had a sidebar. They came back.
Photographs, albums, things, and you know about the.
I have no further takes to strangle someone to death.
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I don't understand why. I think my mind's not following. Why are we seeing that? Can someone tell me why we're seeing them at this
Sir, during
adventure
the
thing
grand jury process,
and while he's there? Is this not a police officer?
did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked?
Objection. Counsel sidebar.
At Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to affect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause
Can we
death?
not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? Sir, witness.
Go ahead. Ask him what she said. And then
Do you recall? Sorry.
She's a
Do you
leader.
recall what she said about the time it takes to strangle someone to death?
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
So she asked you about the pills that were located in the master bedroom by Patrick when I was with him, right?
Yes.
And you know that Patrick indicated that after you guys had cleared the scene, finished with your investigation, seized all the pill bottles that you were able to locate, that I went in the house with him and I took a number of items, photographs, albums, things on the wall and stuff like that, right?
All I know is the pill bottles. I don't know what else you took.
Oh, just the pill bottles. And at some point I imagine the DA must have shown you this, recognize this as being the nightstand drug.
It looks similar to the one that was in the video.
See it? You look at it?
I mean, it looks similar to the one. I've never seen that. I don't know.
Okay. So these would be the bottles that were in there, right?
I don't know.
And do you know that when these were seized, the first thing that was done is I contacted the DA's office and said that I had them?
I don't know what you said to them.
If you want to come by my office and pick up anything they had, you're welcome to look at it, seize it, have it analyzed, send it to a crime lab. I didn't care.
I don't know what you said.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right, he redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
He's mad.
All right. Hey, Counsel, could I see it?
So I didn't see the priest part where they were upset about her having the priest in. But then they came back. Let me see what else happened.
I was right. We break a little bit early today, and finally, again, I was right. And so we're going to recess on this matter for you at this point. So I'm going to excuse you Monday morning, all right? So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. So I'm going to suggest that take these next couple of days, rest up.
So tomorrow I am putting together, I was just speaking to Amber, and I think we're going to do a live tomorrow. I think there's Amy Boston's going to join us. And so that'll be perfect. We'll be able to have a live show where we just hang out and look at clips and talk about the case. It'll probably be I'm Eastern time. So I'm thinking about look for us between 12 and 5 tomorrow. I don't know what time we're going to do it. It's going to be during the day for me. And then Saturday, I am planning a Watts live sometime in the afternoon with Rose from Rosie for the Watts case. It's the 13-year anniversary. So, Carolina, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for being a moderator. I really, really appreciate it. Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Shout out to my replay crew. I haven't updated my outro, so it's old. As I'm about to go into it, I'm like, there's that voice in my head saying, Amy, your outro's old. You meant to update it, didn't you, girl? But no. I've got an old outro. I'm telling on myself. Anyway, I'm tired too. So we'll be here tomorrow. If nobody's told you this today, and even if they have, I do not care. I'm still going to tell you guys this. I love and appreciate you guys so, so much. And I'll see you next time. Bye, guys.
Miss my cue, but I had you for that day. Here in the blue, I'm falling deep into you.
Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Helps me go out into the algorithm party out there. Bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help me out.
With you tonight, and it feels fine. Feels fine. Baby, I'm dancing.